It doesn't matter where you're sitting.
You can move the name tag. They're portable.
Okay, good morning, everybody. We're ready to go ahead with the subcommittee for the four bills which we discussed yesterday, all finance orient or policy bills, with a fiscal note that we have to get these things out by February the 15th. The bills which we're going to be discussing today are 1583, 1586, 1686, and 1656. It's very confusing. There's a lot of sixes in there and a lot of fives. So, and they're all dealing primarily with the topic of how we fund education. And there's some commonality between all these bills. Maybe not in the concept, but there's a commonality as they're dealing with, how do we support special education? How do we deal with this and that? And so they're in our discussion here. You can't talk one bill in isolation because you're also going to be impacting another bill. So my intent is that your bill is a little bit different, Representative Luno, than some of the others, which are dealing with specific elements within a current formula. Yours is also dealing with, that, but it goes beyond. So I'm not going to be discussing like opening up. Now we're going to discuss 1583. We're going to start opening that. We're going to open up and start working on some of the matters which are contributing to this, and then narrowing it down to specific bills. So what I'd also like to say right now is this is not where we're going to be meeting on the 19th. This room is really not conducive for a committee like this to work closely together. So we're Representative Emmerich, sitting beside me from Finance, has kindly offered his room downstairs on the first floor, which is really conducive to on the first.
It's on the
second floor.
209.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, it's above where I was thinking. I was thinking of the Senate Finance room, upstairs, right above it. And so on the second floor, down on the left-hand side is where we will be meeting. And that room really brings us closer together and work as a real working committee rather than having to look down and see what Representative Luno's doing down there beyond Representative Milo, which is oftentimes hard to see. And the same thing with looking down this end too here towards Representative Spilsbury. So
209.
yeah, 209. So what I'm going to do initially here is pass out information that everybody we're going to be talking about, and you may not have some of that in front of you right now. For example, Representative Cascadden, do you have a copy of the blue book? You brought yours. Okay, so does everybody have a copy of that? Because we do have other copies in the office here. Okay, so I'm going to hand out some materials right now, and they're not for discussion at this moment, but there's things we may be looking at as we go through. So you can put it in your binders or wherever you want to put it. Okay, why don't we go that way with these and that way with those. And there's no order in which I'm passing these things out. It's just information that's going to be maybe perhaps valuable to some of the discussion which we may have. That one goes this way.
You get 3 minutes to read all this.
Well, I'm not gonna give you the cliff notes, but
Did you think we need anybody from LBA here?
we can discuss that. For what we plan on doing this morning, we're going to be looking at some of these past reports which have come out on funding education. We'll look at the original 200, it came out in 2008. That was the report which Senator Estabrook was chair of for how we allocate base costs, differentiated aid, et cetera. And then we'll flip to the 2018 report. Just briefly make sure everybody has it and knows that we may be referencing part of that, or looking at the recent report that came out from the commission study, which is in the blue binder. there'll be other information we may want to talk. So that's what we're going to basically be doing this morning. In the afternoon, we're going to have reporting coming in regarding these bills from Department of Education and from Department of Revenue Administration. And then following that, we'll make have a brainstorming session right here as to, okay, how are we going to attack and move forward in regard to the 4 bills. Okay. The next is coming around. There's multiple copies within this. See, how many do we have to write here? That's 5 here. 3, 4, 5. They're already in bundles. I need one of those too, Tracy. Okay, so we might as well get it all out. I'm not going, there will be a reports. No, I'm not going to make copies of everything because no, I'll talk to you later about that. You have to remember, this is a committee that's been put together by the speaker and the minority leader of the House. So with that, we're going to be functioning a little bit differently than some of the regular subcommittees. Where's this one coming from?
From this end.
David.
Are there enough copies for everybody here? Representative Leno? Did you, you already got it down that end?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. I was thinking we had to go both ways. Okay, let's see what we have next here. That was just handed to me by McGuire. Okay, that goes that way.
Okay.
Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay, let's just make sure when you got them all that everybody has a copy of everything here. Does everybody have a copy of the 2008 report? Okay. There's also some backup material for that which shows how the inputs were for that backup report and how they were developed. Okay. Okay, good. You got that? Yeah. There is also a sheet that was handed to me this morning by Representative McGuire. I've not had a chance to look at this. It's a possible amendment dealing with SWEP. Okay. There's a New Hampshire Foundational Opportunity Program information sheet here, which was provided by Representative Luno and passed around. It's blue. This also was just recently put together and passed around by Representative Luno, so we got that. There's a report. Let's see, I don't know if these are stapled together or not. Subcommittee work session for 2022. See, what is that? Establishing a foundation opportunity budget program for funding. I don't know. It's just a report from 2022, a subcommittee activity. There's also the report from Representative Umberger, which is the report of the 2018. And there's also a bill as was introduced back in 2011. And there's, within that 2011, on one of the back pages, there's how at one point in time, there was a suggestion how to deal with SWEP, which we might want to look at. And lastly, I have a report here provided by the Department of Education, which was provided to us back in November 15, 2023. Deals with current law adequacy aid per pupil FY25 and the Conval adequacy aid per pupil, and does not consider the RAND case, and only changes making base adequacy aid $7,356.01. That's sort of like a small spreadsheet. Okay. Yes, Representative Cascan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to point out that I believe, if not all the documents you passed out this morning might be still uploaded on the Carsey Institute website, because a lot of these we used in our commission work, but it would be available at the Carsey, UNH Carsey Institute website for those who want to know the.
And this is, that's a good point. And this is why I've asked Jen to sit at the table with us, Jennifer Four, who is our research, what's your official title?
Assistant Director.
Director, assistant director. So you got Ann and then yourself. So she's here to work with us. And it was mentioned to me this morning earlier that that is also available. Where would they find this information, like these reports, on the department site or on this site, the LOB?
We have a number of historical materials on the committee webpage from the 2017-18
Yep.
study that's outlined.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And if we need to, have reference to some of the constitutional aspects we will be discussing, you can go to the Carsey, or Jen could even put a link out for that. That those links were there. I saw that last night that she sent out an email with all those links. I think it was to you, Representative Spilsbury. So, yep. So with that, I'd like to, just for our quick discussion, so everybody here was not here back in 2011 or 2008. And there's background information there, which leads to where we are today with the formulas. And it even goes back further than that, but I don't think, were you here with Augenblick?
I was not.
Yeah, you were a deputy commissioner back then. Yes, you were working. Thank you. So I'd like to start out with that 2008 and just do a look at that report quickly. Because there's all background information which will relate to what we're doing today. This is the one that looks with that big red Capitol dome in the center of it. And there was a sheet which I passed out, which it might be easier to look at Appendix A. That comes right out of that report. This deals with the inputs as they were established back then. And I'm sure we'll be talking about inputs versus performance on the other side of the coin. So the inputs are there, and Appendix A shows you those elements or components within the base cost. The base cost, of course, is the cost that on the left-hand side of our current formula is what we, in terms of adequacy, allocate per pupil along with the differentiated. But we're looking right now only at the base cost. So you see that there was an amount put in for teachers, and teacher salary back then was $33,847. And they added in a 5% salary increase and the benefits of 33%, and they came out with the total cost of a teacher at $47,267. Then they also looked at, and this is another area we may want to look at, and we will be looking at, I'm sure, somewhere along the way if we're talking about this in terms of either ways we're going to fund education, the pupil-teacher ratio in the classroom, how we base that on. And for K through 2, you can see on the next line down, it was one teacher per 25 students. That's what that basic cost is built upon. And 20% for specialty teachers added on. And then there was for grades 3 through 12, a ratio of 1 to 30 students with a 20% for specialty teachers added on. There's also in this, as a component, a principal of a building. And the principal was a salary of $75,159, 5% salary increase. And you can see the benefit package of 28%, and the total cost was $101,000, $101,014. And they have that ratio, one principal per 500 students. So going on down, principal administrative assistant, you can see the same thing there, and that cost is, was $42,177. The same formula built to get there. Guidance counselor, library media specialist, technology coordinator, custodian, instructional materials. Going to the third page, and that's it, right? Well, if there's instructional materials, there was technology, professional development, facility operation, there's transportation, all these items would come into this formula. So this is something we might want to look at in terms of if we are still operating upon obviously one of those cases has said the average cost of a teacher might be $57,000. Is that the average of all? Are we taking the first year teacher, the third year teacher? That was all discussed within the 2008 study. Going away from that right now, because I don't want to put our time on the past, but there's been some discussion, even yesterday, is there a relationship between student achievement and student growth and property valuation and poverty? And in the 2018 report, I'm still looking at that same bundle of materials, but there's this sheet right here which shows achievement. We went and looked at the statewide assessment which is given, and we found that in group 1, which was comprised of all those communities with a property valuation of $660,000 or less, there were 26 districts that fit into that column right there, into that category. In quartile 1, there's 4 quartiles on our testing. Quartile 1 is at the bottom. You're moving up to where their students are really achieving well, and to a quartile of 4, a result of 4. You can see in that first category, of those 26, 19 districts, 73% of those districts were in quartile 1. And yes.
Can you confirm where you're looking at now?
This sheet right here,
Yeah.
if you keep on marching through, after you get through what was in the packet dealing with the 2008, you'll find it.
Like the 5th page.
Yeah, I didn't have time to number them.
Yeah.
You can go through and see how that works, because in quartile 4 in those districts, only 7.5% of the students fit in that quartile of 4 as far as the achievement test. You go to the other side, to the other extreme, and you go to group 4, which they had a property valuation of $1 million or more per pupil, and it's the flip, it's a reverse. How many students were in the low achieving quartile? 19%. There were 122 districts in this category. Of those which were fitting into quartile 4, 41 districts, or 34%, were in that top, 4th quartile in statewide assessment. So there is a relationship. Further, if you go to the next sheet, this is a sheet where we took and worked with the Department of Education, and this is data that's older, but I'm sure it's still very reflective of what I'm trying to communicate. The next sheet has Berlin at the top, Northumberland, Claremont. So is everybody on that page looking through this one right here? This is a sheet where we took the average proficiency in math and reading and the quartile. If they have a 1, they were in that lower quartile on the statewide assessment. The next one over is the equalized valuation quartile. And you notice the school districts that have a 1 and a 1, how it works out. Representative Cascadden, that town you live in, was right there on top of the list. You can also go over to the extreme right side of that sheet that was done, and we're looking at what is the pupil-teacher ratio in those particular communities. At that time, I don't know if that's the case today, but in grades 1 and 2 in your district, Representative Cascadden, it was 23-1. In grades 3, 4, it was 19-1. I'm trying to read my, printing there. And grade 5 through 8, it was 20-1. You can go down the list and see how those all shook out, but there's a definite relationship. If you're in that lower quartile for equalized property valuation, chances are your district's going to be either in a 1 or a 2. So going on to the next sheet, this is information which we've had. The next sheet is also explanation of that one right there. The next sheet is dealing with special education. You go down one more. And as you recall, last year there was a bill which we from the policy perspective, when we came to the area of differentiated aid for special education, we were looking at, is it appropriate or proper that we allocate one costing value for all special education kids? We have over 30,000 kids in special education in the state to have an IEP. And there was an attempt to do it by a weighted value, and the weighted value concept is done in numerous states throughout the United States. And it's also reflective in some of the reports which we will be talking about. But this is an attempt that we have done, and when we're talking about IEPs and special education, those 13 IEP categories down below. So you can look at that and say, wow, there's some kids that maybe have speech once or twice a week for a half hour from a speech pathologist. But there's other students that may be orthopedically handicapped or have a traumatic brain injury or one of those other categories which requires much, much more time and attention to that youngster in school or student. And so how would we get that information? You go to the next sheet. And there is a reporting process that, if I can get to the next sheet here, that the Department of Education has with the federal government. Yes, that's the sheet, this one right here. This information is available. It just has to be put into some format of a spreadsheet and gotten for us. So this is a topic that if you care to go that way in our discussions, we can go in that direction. But it is available. Individuals with Disabilities Act IDEA Part B and Indicator 5 requires this information. Going further, I think that's all that's in that packet right there that we need to talk at this point in time. Other information which you do have is the Umberger report. I don't think there's a great need to get into a lot of discussion on that. There's a majority report and there's a minority report attached to that document.
Chair Ladd?
Yes,
Yeah, before we get too far away from what we were just reviewing,
yes.
the last part of your discussion, all of the presentation is very interesting. Particularly with the part surrounding the three categories, A, B, and C, of special education aid. How were the weights determined, I guess? Oh, based on like the existing?
What that was, yes, we took the existing, what we have, and that would be the category A. You know, the student getting speech pathology twice a week or something, they would get that IEP costing value. But going down to the next ones, we're starting to talk about students which are needing much more service And so you can see that there's kind of a ratio between going from one to the other, whereas you get to category 3, which is the residentially placed youngster,
Right.
which is double. And that whole scheme is, the dollars were trying to be built around, it wasn't really a program based upon, it was partially built on program where we're recognizing this is a concept that probably should be, the costing amount needs work. And there wasn't time to do that.
Okay.
Yes, Representative Heath.
Just a question with regard to that. What is the source of the information in terms of cost by the categories that you're discussing? Is that available? Is it on the DOE 25?
I don't believe it is.
So,
That's, see, now we do have Mark coming in this afternoon. When I initially went after this information, I was able to get it from Caitlin Davis, also at DOE. She was able to tell me you have this many students which are actually residentially placed, maybe in Tennessee or maybe in some school which houses them with tuition and board and all that, here in our own state. That information we have. We know that's roughly somewhere around 600 to 700 students. And that I'm using rough figures because I don't have the accurate figure for this year. And then we were able to break it down with the other students, which we're talking about by category. And there was some discussion with Rebecca Fredette on that. But most of that was basically coming from discussing with some of the special ed directors throughout the state. Not many. It was done that way.
So Rick, what I was really trying to get at, I think Mary's trying to get at it too, is these numbers are formula costs. So basically the differentiated aid factors, they're not cost for providing special education services for those.
Are you referring to the dollar amount for category A?
Yeah. Looking at the 37 million for A and the 38 million for B, and where's the C? Where was C? Well, what you're talking about are the what's in our formula now for differentiated aid.
I
The,
don't think so.
the weighted formula, if you're looking in the materials came out of the 2020, it's a weighted value of 4.29 times that base amount, which you juggled, I think it was around $6,500 or so, or somewhere around that neighborhood. You know, multiply that to get the amount, which comes up to that $27 million figure. What we had done is that in looking at this, we had taken and built it's not directly related to how much time and what the actual cost is for delivering the services for a student that has multiple handicaps, or we didn't do that. We didn't have that source of information available to us. Representative Kiskaden.
I think to answer Representative Ludo's question is that when the schools fill out the IDEA Part B grant, they classify it in 3 categories. So like category A, do they spend more than 80% of a day in a classroom? And then do they spend less than 40%? Or are they in residential? So I'm thinking that's where it came from, because you've got a fact sheet,
Yes,
That
that
really
is
has those
exactly what we use.
indicators. Yep,
We use that information that's on that data fact sheet that comes from the federal government.
yep.
Right.
Yeah, it's part
But
of that grant.
but that's not getting to my question.
Oh,
My question is about what are the actual district costs for these students, not what is in our
compared.
current funding formula.
No.
that would be on the
This
DOE
this isn't about
25.
district costs, it's about funding.
Yeah,
formula
and
costs.
this is an issue which we want to get in here on the DOE 25
Yeah.
form. We have to break down those expenses in terms of specifically what we're talking about, rather than using that generality. Here's what we have as an expense and dividing by the number of students. Here's what the cost is for that district. We need to be looking at program as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But, and for each of these categories. Is that,
That's why it's going to take some work.
yeah.
Yeah, and how those categories are matched up there right now is based on an experiential perspective from myself when I did it, and working with directors out in the field and trying to get an estimate. Is this one that belongs in that 80% or requiring that much more than that time, less about that, or 40%? That's in the federal guideline gives us some perspective of how to do this, and I think that's about what we're going to get right now with the time we have.
So,
Mary-
yeah,
Mary might have some.
I just wanted to mention, I do have a bill in this year. Oh,
Yes, I realize that.
I do have a bill in this year just to do this. But in my research for my bill, most states do contribute at different levels. I think if you look at the Education Commission of the states, they have some excellent information that provides a lot for that. But it concerns me, I think Representative Cascaden is referring to a form that is required for special education folks to fill in. So I think if we really dig deep, we might be able to come up with better costs for those children so that we have guidance, better guidance than what we have here.
Yes, and that's what we tried to do, and we didn't get that information back from DOE. I do have the Education Committee, Commission of the States report that Representative Heath is alluding to out on the desk out there. It's just amazing looking at the weighted values. And some of the states which are doing this now, like Florida, Texas, New Jersey, most of them have a weighted value rather than one taking all these and then taking the average. Because it's not the same in every district.
oh, it's so differentiated.
It's so different. And so we need to be cognizant of this aspect in anything we do. Okay? Yes. Yeah, it's a good discussion.
One of the things that I think we really need to be sensitive about in small rural districts, if in fact a severely disabled a child enters a school district, there are a lot of factors that get thrown in at town meetings and it throws the entire budget off. So I think we've got to think about that as we think about what we're going to do with special ed in terms of those kinds of costs, because one child can just throw an entire budget off for a local school district, a small one.
Yeah, that's the catastrophic aid, but it's also more than catastrophic aid. I can tell you a specific case that occurred in SAU 23. We had students that needed speech pathology. This is back a few years back when Dr. Joyce was working with the School Administrators Association. The only way that Haverhill could get a speech pathologist is through a contracted service from Concord.
Yeah.
And at that time, there was money available for transportation of this. It's gone. It's gone now. That's another burden that's on these districts. In the teacher shortage committee, which we had, we found that this is one of the categories which is very, very short in terms, it's difficult to find some of these trained people that we need to have in our schools. And so much of it's done in the state now through contracted service. That is expensive. And so you're correct. And unfortunately, your commission study is not going to be done prior to our responsibility here. Sure, yes.
Yesterday, you commented on the catastrophic need. We're not considering that as part of this committee. Is that,
Well,
did I understand it correctly?
Well, currently, catastrophic aid is not part of the adequacy formula. It's a separate formula as you do in Division 2. And if our task is, if we're looking at, adequacy as is in front of us, differentiated aid, extraordinary needs grant, which is not part of, that's a grant program, but it's not there. And I think that the commission that Representative Heath's going after is that's a broken formula too, saying that you're the first, well, we'll use the figure of $20,000 a kid. The first 3.5 times that would be you'd have to spend $70,000 first as a community before you're going to get any state aid. That's 70 grand.
Next year.
And that's, and your budget's based on the previous year. And then from 3.5 times to 10 times the cost per pupil, the state kicks in 80%. You still have that 20% differential you're going to have to pay for. Once it gets over the 10 times, the state kicks it in. But by that time, a small district that only has maybe 70 to 100 students, they're having to look elsewhere for the dollar to do this. Unfortunately, they have to go borrow the money. They have to take it from some other aspect of their operating budget. So you're borrowing from Paul to pay Susan over here. It doesn't work. And we've tried to address pooling and all that. That's not working. It hasn't started. That was a bill I think Representative Hill passed or got through it several years back. There was some support from other organizations trying to get that going where districts could pool and put money in and know how to budget for catastrophic aid. That has not occurred. So I'm not saying it can't be discussed. If we think, oh, that belongs in adequacy.
That was a comma.
Yeah.
The other part of the question is, category C, the 600 students that are residential, that seems to be catastrophic to me. So is there something more than category C? I mean, sending somebody away residentially, it doesn't get much more catastrophic.
I understand that. What we're trying to do is if that's a category in which that student is a resident in your district and comes down on your student membership, correct?
Yeah.
So what are they going to get for, differentiated aid, that $2,300? Or are they going to recognize that student there's going to be more cost to that student than there is to a category B student? So that's why we put it in.
My question is category C in and of itself catastrophic aid?
As it was proposed there, as part of differentiated aid, and then catastrophic aid would kick in also, but
So the answer is yes.
you get a little bit more support from the state.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Got it. All right.
This is another way of trying to address this. We knew we couldn't change cat aid, so we're going to do it here.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Just wondering, we obviously have limited time because February 15th, these bills have to be out. But what are we thinking as far as work path going forward with the 4 bills? And I mean, this is great discussion here, and I think it will come up with these bills, particularly as we, like one of the bills is just about special education funding.
Yeah.
And so this is going to be great background discussion for that. But what's your thought about work path?
Okay, so that's what I was planning on doing after we have the discussion this afternoon with DOE and with DRA. Then to say, okay, what is the work path? What are we going to ask for more information? We know we're going to need this for discussing your bill. We're going to have for discussing the bill which dealt with the differentiated aid for special education. And so
I guess my question, did we want to talk about the bills this morning?
Well, we will, is once we get through these reports, and then we will in a few seconds here, because we've gone through basically, one of them, and the Umber report came out with certain recommendations which got there, but we never talked about any of the specific inputs.
Okay, thank you.
And so that, I think, does take us through these reports. The only other one a sheet that you have there was, because we have a bill on SWEP, and that's a part of 2 of the bills. There was on the back part of this was just another way, we saw the amendment that was proposed by Representative McGuire. And what he's doing is just lowering that 363 million downwards. And I don't want to discuss it right now, Representative Ames. We will. And what this one does, if you looked on page 6 of that HB 337, it says a municipality may remit the balance of such excess or any portion thereof to the Department of Revenue Administration as provided in this paragraph, or retain the balance of such excess to be used in the current fiscal year or a future fiscal year to offset the cost of school building construction or renovation project, to offset catastrophic special education costs incurred, provided that notwithstanding the eligibility provisions set forth in RSA 198.15 through 198.15H, you and W, and 186C, the municipality shall exhaust such excess as condition of it eligibility. So what it's basically trying to say is that you can keep it, but you're going to have to use it for these purposes. Well, that was the concept, rather than having to return it.
Did this become law?
No, it wasn't, it wasn't appreciated by the House. But this is another concept of how to deal with SWEP. If you're,
Right. There was a
Just,
2011 session.
in fact, on that particular bill, it was put forth by Representative Hess, Flanagan, Ladd, Kirk, Bentoncourt, and Jasper. And when it came out, that stuff was stripped, and a number of those people didn't vote for the bill. And that was the same bill that we took the money out of the left side of the column, threw it in the other side in $150 million in stabilization, et cetera. And here we are today. So I guess I've gone through all that. We can, at this point in time, open up this discussion to those four bills and strategies of how we want to address 1583, 86, 1686, and 56. So it's open. Any ideas here, how you like to go at it?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, so I would suggest, given looking at the four bills, three of them are clearly related to funding formula, and the fourth bill is related to specifically to SWEPT reform, and I would offer, I'd love to, sort of quickly walk people through the technical details behind 1586. And it's 26 pages long, and I don't think we need to belabor every line of it, but go through the section review. And a lot of that area is going to touch on, obviously, areas in the first two bills that talk about base and the special education differentiated weight factor.
Everybody good with that?
Sure.
The last bill, 1656, or not 1656, the bill doing the SWEP, that involves every bill too, doesn't it?
And it does.
In a way.
So that's in 1586 as
Yes,
well.
yes, exactly.
So I think 1586 serves as a good place for a robust discussion that
Yeah.
talks about things that the other ones relate to as well.
Now, the ones that deal with base cost and special ed, those are really components within the input system we presently have.
Correct.
That's right.
So well, let's just go on. Let's take up yours first
Okay.
and talk about that. You have a sheet which you handed out. Walk
do.
us through it and
I'd like to do that. Could
one more thing.
Yeah.
As we go through all this, if anybody has a question, don't wait till the end. Ask it immediately so we don't forget it. Okay, thank you.
so I'd like to go up there, and can Mr. Archer join me?
More than welcome.
That's terrific.
Okay, where did I put my book?
Mr. Chair, members of the special committee, thank you for inviting us here to discuss the technical aspects behind House Bill 1586. I feel like we've been up here before.
Yes.
There's a couple of handouts that passed around earlier. One of them is this right here. And it's a slide deck that really introduces the Foundation Opportunity Program and what the intent of 1586 is all about. The other one is an overview or a summary of the bill in terms of section by section. And I think if it makes sense for Mr. Ardinger here, that we'd sort of quickly go through the slide deck and then spend a little more time going through the sections, and certainly appreciate, I think, as Chair Ladd has offered, interactive discussion. If Chair Ladd, does that?
That's what we want.
Okay, fantastic. So, Bill, do you want to lead us through? Well, you put a lot of these slides together, so.
Again, for the members of the committee who were here yesterday and before, my name is Bill Ardinger. I am an attorney in Concord, New Hampshire at Rath, Young and Pignatelli. I served as a member of the commission with other folks here, including Representative Luno, who served as chair, Representative Kiskaden, Representative Ames, and Representative Heath. I'll make mistakes in the room too.
Myler, Ladd.
And Myler and Ladd, sorry, it's everybody. And so I am a strong supporter. I appear here as a strong supporter of the commission report and House Bill right here, which you have 1586, is an outcome of that commission report and its conclusions. It's an effort to implement the conclusions and findings of the commission. It was one of the best experiences I've had in New Hampshire working with colleagues on that commission. It was a very engaging process. Just going through quickly this PowerPoint presentation, the bill is, even though it's long, because education funding is hard and it has lots of details, it's pretty straightforward. It does 6 things. 1, it defines constitutional adequacy. It defines it in terms of opportunities for good student outcomes. 2, it establishes a foundation opportunity budget for every district. This is the budget that is projected based on the mechanisms in the bill to allow every district to have the resources they need to help their children hit the defined constitutional adequacy target. 3, it focuses state budget aid to districts based on their unique circumstances and challenges. If a particular, and the details are in the bill, and those will be subject for your review, but just in summary, based on the attributes and characteristics that are in the bill, the mechanism, the formula in 1586 takes the total resources of the foundation opportunity budget and allocates it to districts based on their unique challenges. In other words, some of you heard yesterday, I was a graduate of Stevens High School in Claremont. Claremont faces unique challenges today. Claremont would get a greater allocation, a larger foundation opportunity budget than other communities who don't face such direct, unique challenges. 4, this bill incorporates into it something that's fundamentally related to what the commission's task was. It incorporates a property tax relief component, a restructuring of the statewide property tax. This commission has not entered into what is a very good discussion. I'm born and raised a tax lawyer and does tax policy and have had this all. Tax policy discussions are very important. They should be had all the time. They should raise, questions about the pros and cons of various taxes. This particular proposal retains the statewide property tax, but suggests important changes that Representative Ames actually authored in his bill on this. It provides low-income property tax payers with important and increased relief. It also provides an answer to the Rand Court type of issue, where it says that the statewide property tax, which is a state tax, is going to be collected from all the taxpayers, placed into the Education Trust Fund, and then used as one of the sources, like the business enterprise tax, which is paid for by all the taxpayers, and the business profits tax component is paid by, it goes in and then is used to satisfy the obligations of the budget in here. 5th, it provides transition grants, this bill, to communities. It is unbelievably important. I look at Representative Cascadin, who has experience with these districts like, and Representative Vlad and my wife. The project, the enterprise of public school systems is very capital intensive and has fixed costs like collective bargained agreements and commitments and building costs and capital costs. It is absolutely nonsensical to propose any change to school funding without making sure that we aren't creating shocks that harm any community in their endeavor to get to a better answer for the whole state, which I believe 1586 is. And so it provides and funds transition grants to communities to make sure that the transition doesn't shock them. Finally, importantly, required by the Supreme Court in the Claremont line of cases, this bill provides a detailed accountability rules, and it's integrated with the definition of adequacy. A lot, really, in the current law, you don't have a good integration. When you do adequacy defined by input costs, you can't really determine in a clear way whether the district is achieving the goals for the program, because all they have to do is, are they having a teacher with masters? Are they having computers? Whatever your cost inputs are. In this case, this bill defines constitutional adequacy in terms of student outcomes and then provides clear data and enforceability requirements that make sure that the state, which has the duty to make sure every child has access to a good education regardless of where they live, it makes sure that the state government is watching to make sure that there are no children falling through the gaps. And where the data demonstrates that there may be a problem, it provides the mechanisms in increasing stringency to address any deficits and gaps. That's the bill. It's comprehensive. It has 6 parts. Yes, it's not just focused on one teeny piece. It, like the commission, which had 12 months to study this, it tries to get a comprehensive answer that will hopefully put to rest the kind of continuing wrangling we've had over these issues for decades. Thank you.
Yes. Go ahead, Representative Ames.
Thanks. You said to ask questions when they
Yeah,
come,
yeah,
and not, otherwise we'll forget them. I would forget. But I just want to note that the statewide education property tax component that's in this bill that you mentioned resolves the excess swept issue in a different way than HB 1686, the other bill that directly addresses excess swept. 1686 says return the excess to the state after you've allocated that part which is not excess without trying to define that. Then you return the excess. My bill says collect the tax, this is a state tax, and remit the entire proceeds to the state. And then that money goes into the pot and goes out according to the formula. It does not stay local. So they're very different approaches to this, and we can talk a lot more about the pros and cons, but I just wanted to get that out.
Right, and Representative Ames, the bill you're talking about, that was voted interim study, Ways and Means, and on the floor, so it's an interim study, and I think in the back half of 1586, very very similar to what you described here, and the important thing to realize where all of it's collected locally. 100% is remitted to the DRA, deposited into the Education Trust Fund, as Mr. Ardinger said. The net out of of swept from adequacy is it's currently it's netted out in the, in 198,
Right.
42, some 41, 42, I think it's 42. That part is taken out so that districts will get their adequacy grant, as in the current formula, back from directly from the state.
And the one qualification in Representative Ames' bill and that was incorporated into this is that there are processing fees that are kept, just like meals and rooms. There are processing fees kept locally for the cost of the collection, and that's in this bill. So I would like to just, if I could, turn to just the second page of this presentation. We've gone through the 6 comments on the bill, but this is the fundamental purpose for this reform package. In the commission work, there was we had an expert firm paid come to do a study of New Hampshire's current public education, then current, for a few years ago, public education system. And its conclusions that were most critical to me are presented in this graph. What it shows is that compared to other New England states, New Hampshire's division of total public education resources, we spend about $3.5 billion on public education. The distribution of those resources among districts is regressive. In other words, even though you may have poorer families as represented by various poverty measures, greater poverty, you end up not receiving as much aid. Compare on this graph, if you would look at it, New Hampshire with its graph sloping down to Massachusetts, which has worked after the McDuffie case that Representative to correct its state aid distribution so that it's directing aid to the communities with the greatest need. What Massachusetts has achieved since 1993 is a graph that is not regressive. It is progressive. It's delivering aid to make sure that no children fall through the gap. Other states in New England are struggling with this same issue. The commission's work was focused on one basic question if you think of it in graphical terms. See that New Hampshire line? Do what we can do to turn it the other way so it looks like Massachusetts line. Now, interestingly, Representative Heath, Manchester is a uniquely potent statistical force in New Hampshire. If we solve our Manchester problem, which maybe it wasn't intended, maybe it was, but last session's work, I was talking with Mr. Sheehan, kind of got more state dollars to Manchester. You can move that line just by that. But you can't do it on one-off, lost in the trees, detail type. You got to have a comprehensive approach that applies year over year and allows the state to make sure it's fulfilling its duty to guarantee that every child has an access to a good education. So, Chairman Luno, I just wanted to emphasize that that's the policy behind this bill. Turn that line. Page 3 is again confirms that current law is in New Hampshire unfair and regressive. What that graph shows is that it looks like by population, almost all of our school districts are lining up around $4,100. There's a little movement here and there, but it's pretty much dead on 4,100. See that way they're presented vertically. You know why? We're distributing a gigantic chunk of state aid, base aid, on a uniform per pupil basis, which is not focused on trying to get and make sure that we're guaranteeing that every child has access to a good education regardless of where they live. It is a goal of this bill to move that graph so that the communities that have the lowest equalized valuation per pupil end up receiving greater adequacy aid. This is one of the key things. when an extra dollar goes into Claremont, it can result in extra education spending. Actually, Claremont works really hard to spend money on public education, or it can result in property tax relief based on the local government decision. And so this graph would, by getting our aid to the communities with the greatest challenges, including property tax-based challenges, we achieve not only student equity, we achieve property taxpayer equity. And when you throw in the sugar and spice of Representative Ames' enhanced low-income property taxpayer relief, you're starting to really move the ball.
Do you have a second for a question?
Yes, please.
Representative Cordelli?
Just a question, based on what I think I heard you say. Every dollar that you add to the district in Claremont or something results in property tax relief or education advancement, let's say. But there's no requirement that that dollar be spent on academic issues, is there?
I think, Representative Cordelli, it's a great question, and my answer is there is. And here's where the requirement is. While this bill, and I believe the Supreme Court has always said that local governance and local control is important and is not prohibited by any of the Claremont cases, if the local government is making decisions without a constraint, right, like you say, a direct legal constraint, that is directing those dollars all to property tax relief, perhaps, and maybe even reducing their spending even further on public education. And then all of a sudden the data comes in that they're failing children because this bill has very heightened accountability requirements. At that point, the state's role rises. Not before, because listen, New Hampshire's doing pretty good on average. We're ranked third in the country in quality. But there are places where it's not doing well. And so the state watches it, Representative Cordelli, with the accountability data. And if there is a community where you pick the failure, it could be anything, but local governance could be a failure. In that case, under this bill, the state is responsible to step in and take action to make sure they protect those children and guarantee their access to a good education.
Sure.
But in the situation we have today, each district gets adequacy based on the current formula. But if you take a look at the proficiency scores, half the kids can't read. 40% are proficient in math. So, where is the accountability for there? You would think that the local taxpayers would have something to say about that, but too often they're not aware, I think, of the proficiency scores. So I'm not sure, where the accountability comes in. I'm not sure if the accountability provided for in here is going to make the difference, because in my way of thinking, it's more than just the dollars is part of providing for greater achievement in our schools.
I couldn't, and I believe the commission couldn't agree more. When Representative Ladd is talking about inputs this, inputs that, this, that, a big change, as I said, in this approach is to define constitutional adequacy in terms of quality and achievement outcomes, because that allows this information that you say sometimes might get lost in our democratic processes, both at the state level and perhaps at the local level, not to get lost. We want to raise up that information of achievement, of performance, of gaps, and we want the communities to increase the priority of addressing those problems. Whatever system this state adopts for public education, it has to be one that addresses ultimately the concern that you're talking about.
But I would just follow on to that saying, addressing those concerns, I don't think it means just providing more money to that district.
I agree with that, except this. To add this, you are right. If you look across communities in New Hampshire, you will find some communities which have very strong family backgrounds. I was talking with Mr. Hall, who's so good on this stuff. Very strong family backgrounds, very high median family household incomes, very strong commitments to education. Those communities naturally, through their local government system, will tend to create more skilled public school systems, and it's not necessarily dollars. If I could just say that unlike current laws, input-based calculation of adequacy, this bill's determination of adequacy takes those types of social and demographic issues into account. For the first time, quality matters, not just costs. And I think, Representative Cordelli, if I would say, I've heard the concern that you've expressed many times over my decades working on this issue. It is a valid concern, and I believe this bill and the commission's work is actually, Representative Myler said it, the entire commission, it's time to focus on outcomes. And I thought that was a courageous position. And so I think there is a way to come together on this bill in a way that hasn't been in the past.
One more? I'll never forget I think it was a book I read, and I can't remember the name. I wish I could. I want to get it out of the library again. But the study indicated that students who grew up in a one-parent household had X% possibility of escaping poverty in their lifetime. But if they lived in a one-parent household in a neighborhood of one-parent households, their chance of escaping poverty was something like in single digits. So I'm not sure, if this formula or any formula is going to address that kind of situation if we really, want to talk about, what the problems are.
We want, Representative Cordelli, number one, I think this formula and the statistical analysis that helps get to a defined constitutional adequacy standard in terms of outcomes here does take those factors into account. Maybe not as much as you like, but I would also, as I've been around a long time and grew up in Cornish, I would push back a little bit and say, I don't think you're saying that a fair foundation budget to pay for the costs of a decent public school system doesn't have some correlation with student outcomes, because that data doesn't exist. So you got to do all of it. I would contend respectfully, sir.
Let me cut in then, Representative Myler. I went through a lot of this discussion. We're talking how we measure performance outcomes, and basically this report does it on three factors: statewide assessment, graduation rates, and attendance. Those three factors are used. Within our RSAs right now, we have a whole lot of other factors which are indicators of doing the job, delivering that adequate education. And we know them, going on the pathway, CTE attendance, military, ASVAB, all that. So there are other measures, but if we're looking for something that's very objective, these measures you have are objective. In other words, they lock it in. However, performance outcomes are there. Performance is also measured in the input system. And I don't think that system should be totally denied, that we're looking at technical support and supportive support is given to those schools. Granted, there might be high schools that don't receive Title I dollars, so they may not be eligible for those dollars, but we also have it within the state, they will receive support. So, I'm not trying to degrade the report, but I'm also saying that the other side of the coin, there is accountability and maybe structured a little differently.
So So, and I'm glad you mentioned that, Chair Ladd, because, that's one of the, I think, inconsistencies in our current education funding framework and public school education learning, instruction delivery framework, is that we have a definition of adequacy in 193 193 E2A.
193E,
193 E2A
Yeah.
defines
the substantive
the
criteria.
substantive criteria for delivering an adequate education. We've got a costing of an adequate education based on 1/500th of a principal, 1/30th of a teacher, all this other stuff. And then we've got an accountability to an adequate education that is based to a large degree on outcomes. So we have a definition based on program studies, a costing based on what's in the bag, and an accountability based on how our kids are doing. And 1586 tightens that up significantly by defining it based on outcomes, by costing it based on outcomes, not based on, costing it based on for every district being able to educate all of its students to a statewide outcome. Sorry, it's not costed based on outcomes. It's costed based on getting all the students in that district to a statewide outcome. In Manchester, those costs are going to be higher. Highest percentage students living in low-income backgrounds, highest number of kids, English language learners, all these things. Very different in Manchester than in Hanover. But then the accountability section of it ties right back into achieving that statewide outcome. When that accountability, when it's identified that a school district is not meeting that objective, the 1586 and the formula behind it does not increase the foundation opportunity budget for that district. Doesn't change that, as Representative Cordelli was suggesting. Throw more money at the problem. It doesn't do that. There are some federal programs, and I think Attorney Valinsky talked about those yesterday, that do provide additional funds. But the state is not doing that through the provisions in 1586. The state is then, as Attorney Ardinger has said, then providing those districts with some expert help from the state, those superintendents, those principals. Here's what this district, very similar, is doing in terms of programs, in terms of extended learning opportunities, in terms of outside of school enrichment activities that are helping to get them where they're going. And the information that's collected by the department through the accountability section 1586 allows them to have that information and be able to share that information with districts that are struggling. So it's not pumping more cash into the foundation opportunity budget.
Representative Myler first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to emphasize the fact that what I think people need to realize is that this program really emphasizes the issue of quality and outcomes. Our current program doesn't do that. It just says, well, here's a bunch of money, we're going to just send it here. And I think for school districts, it's going to be a terrific challenge for the first time to basically come forward and say, okay, here's our goals. Are we meeting them or are we not meeting them? The other thing that I think I want to emphasize here is that this program becomes student-centered. Student-centered. Because it's focused on how kids are going to be performing in that school district. And that's something that the current formula does not address as it relates to how students are in fact doing. And so I think those two issues are making sure that they're meeting their objectives. If they're not, then they get some assistance. And that it is focused on how students are doing in the school districts. Thank you.
Representative Dry, and then Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the answer to a school that's not meeting the accountability is to give them help, provide them help. One, that doesn't come with no cost, I'm assuming. But also, are we doing that at all now?
Are we doing that at all right now? That's a great question, because I don't know to what extent the department is collecting that information with which to say, all right, and, District A, you're underperforming, but I know what District, B is doing, and very similar district to you, here's what you can do to help. I'm sure that if Nate Green were here, he'd be able to talk about what the department is doing right now. But given the fact that we've got districts such as Newcastle, where the average student in Newcastle is performing at the 84th percentile of all students statewide. And we've got the average student in Manchester, and I hate picking on Manchester, but it's our largest district with a lot of challenges, where the average student in Manchester is performing at the 5th percentile of all students statewide. That whatever the department is doing to try to provide some student equity and some commonality with the average student outcome in Manchester shouldn't be that different than the average student outcome in Hopkinton. I mean, it shouldn't be all that different. There's going to be little differences, but it shouldn't be so extreme right now than when you look at where the average student is Manchester against the 160,000 kids, K-12 public schools, and they're performing 95% of those kids are performing better than student number 650. I'm sorry, 6,500 in the Manchester schools.
I think what we ought to do is try to move on here.
Yes.
And I think we can argue this case, this particular situation. Yes, we know there's a lot of poverty communities out there, and we know there's a direct relationship between achievement and that love, and we have some issues. We have some issues in the present formula with the lack of fiscal capacity disparity 8. But I think that to address this, it's going to be quite a lengthy topic here, because this is probably a foundational element that has brought all this about, is that we have property poor towns which aren't putting the product out that, for example, graduation rate in the state is around 92%. It's pretty good. It's up in the top. But if you take the district you've just been talking about, there's some high school that has a 58% graduation rate. And that is a concern and an issue. So
Mr. Chair, let me follow and take just one more slide, and then I will step aside and let the commission, just to follow what Representative Luno asked me to do. Let's move the ball. I agree. One last slide, page 7. It's a picture. Picture's worth 1,000 words. This bill, when we put together the financial spreadsheets, and if you haven't done an Excel spreadsheet for the 240 districts with all of these, I urge you to do it, because I contend that you can't really understand the impacts of ed funding reform until you've done a spreadsheet like that. When we did the spreadsheet, we knew that what the current system does is in the top graph. It has everybody receiving about the same amount of money per pupil, regardless of their equalized valuation differences. But when this machine in 1586 was turned on in a model, the result would be a distribution of aid that's shown in green in the bottom graph, that shows stretching the communities so that those with the greatest challenges are getting the greatest support. Representative Heath, It is not picking on Manchester. The state's duty under Claremont 1 is to take a very clear-eyed look. Where are our problems? And that means looking hard. And frankly, every family in Manchester should not view it, and teacher and administrator should not view this as critical, should view it as the state finally stepping up to its duty to help the districts with greatest need. That, I don't think we need to go, as Chairman Ladd
No,
said.
you know, and it should be obvious from these graphs, the biggest bubble on here is Manchester.
Yes.
The second bubble is Nashua. And so you can see what 1586 does for moving these bubbles and aligning them where based on their challenges and needs, and as Attorney Archer said, their capacity to meet their own needs. So and that's very much tied in with the funding. So what Attorney Archer is talking, this is the costing part of it. This has nothing to do with funding. This is costing. What a foundation opportunity budget would look like for these different districts. When we get to the funding side of it, and I think we could probably even shift into doing
A quick summary of the funding. So we've got the foundation opportunity budgets. If you look on page 10, they are set by the formula to achieve the equity results. By the way, just to let you know, the 5 plaintiff towns in the original Claremont action, which includes all do significantly better under this approach than they do under current law. The funding for these budgets, the foundation opportunity budget, comes from 2 sources. A minimum local contribution that is mandated and a state foundation opportunity grant. Those 2 integrated sources hit the foundation budget established for every community. As we said, the foundation budget is greater in the communities with the greatest challenges. So those 2 sources. Now, this is a controversial piece. As we talked about yesterday at the hearing, the question has been raised whether this integrated, mandated funding system, mandated by state law, whether it is consistent with language in court cases in the Claremont line. And I think that's a fair question. But I also contend that the court's decisions have never said that there can't be a substantial role for local governments and local contribution. And therefore, the test, as I don't believe the court has ever been presented with, a fully completed, integrated, quality-based answer to defining constitutional adequacy and guaranteeing funding for it, like this bill. And because this bill achieves, in its intent, very good policy goals that I believe were consistent with the original intent of the 5 poorer school districts that challenged the state's lack of duty that resulted in the Claremont 1 decision, I think the court, it's difficult to say how the court would come out on this. It is a fair question. I don't want anyone to think I'm saying that I know the language, but there's conflicting language, in my view, as one attorney, and I don't think the court has ruled on something like this. So those were the 2 funding sources, and minimum local contribution is defined in the bill. Guess what? As Representative Luno says, it needs to be adjusted to fit with current valuations, which are substantially higher this was done pre-COVID. It needs to be adjusted to get it right. But the bottom line goal after this is all done is to get the state contribution to the total $3.5 billion nut up, to get the total allocation of the 40% state, 60% local, to get it more fairly distributed and to have an ironclad, transparent production of data that allows people to say, we have opportunity gaps that we need to address.
Great, great.
Thank you
very
very much for the chance. Thank you for a chance to sit with
much. Oh,
you.
great. Always a pleasure, Bill.
So I got a question for you before you hit the horizon here. The costing of this is built around the average cost of a student here in the state of New Hampshire. Is that correct?
The costing of this is built around not the average cost of a student. It's built around what districts are currently spending, how they're spending it, and how what their student outcomes are. And then by looking at that data over a 10-year period, the folks that we'd contracted with on the commission, the researchers from the American Institutes for Research, studied how that spending tied into student outcomes, and they also looked at what the student and the district characteristics were for each of those school districts, because just like what we were talking about earlier with Manchester, there are things that clearly drive costs for education.
Okay, so here's where I was going on
like
this,
poverty and
Representative
like, you know.
The DOE 25 form reflects expenses of all the districts. And with the exclusion where we take out the cost of tuition and transportation, that's separated, that's disaggregated from this whole thing. So we have the remaining expenses. Would this be, would your formula, your foundation program here benefit from us better knowing what expenses within the DOE 25 form are absolutely necessary to fill an adequate education, the academic side, not all those other expenses which are non-related to the program? And you know, I've mentioned it before, why are we putting the expense of the marching band into that sheet? Can we take that stuff out and then find out what the real average cost is?
So just to be clear, we're not putting the marching band or the football team into that sheet. But I think you could probably ask superintendents across the state, and they'd say, and you'd ask them, why do you have a football team? Or why do you have a robotics program? And I think a lot of them would answer because that's what gets kids to come through the door in the morning. And it's so that alone, keeping kids engaged, having signed that contract saying that you will be there during the school day, and that's what makes you eligible for practice and to play. For a lot of kids, that's a critical part of their education, and we hear it all the time. Mel knows I'm not a big college football watcher, but they talk about how football saved them. Football got them through their education. I'm not a football player, but and I never thought I'd be sitting here, in the State House talking about why football is so important. I'm picking an extreme example on this. Notice I'm not saying turf field. I'm not saying things like that, but a lot of these programs are part of the K-12 experience, whether it's early enrichment programs, whether it's interscholastic organized sports at the JV and high school level, at the middle school level. These are all part, I think, of the they tie right in with the core elements in 193E2A currently for wellness education, things like that. They're certainly consistent with that. Are there some expenses that districts take on that don't result in or that don't drive student outcomes? Sure, absolutely. And when the commission researchers did the work, those amounts were discounted out and they were taken out through an efficiency.
So I'm just follow up, and I don't want to hog it here, but so we have specific inputs in our formula right now, which states these are the areas which are necessary to fulfill our obligation of an adequate education. Why can't those inputs be also put into the back end of the formula you're talking about, where when I'm looking for a certified math teacher, I'm not looking for a certified, maybe that can also do football because it's a separate stipend, a separate contract than the contract to teach. What, I'm just concerned that, you know, when I look at Keene, for example, right now, they'll think, well, maybe we'll have a hockey program over there. Maybe that'll attract kids to the Keene the system, which they're looking at. But that's not going to contribute to the music program, the fine music program, the fine theater programs that they are known for, or their teacher prep programs, which they're well known for. So I'm concerned that, and I'll be right out front right now, I can support much of what came out of that report. However, I do not like the aspect of costing this thing at a certain cost based upon that DOE 25 form, which is not even audited by all districts that you're receiving in the DOE. And we're taking that number and saying, that's what it costs to educate a kid. And I think if we could take out and put in the components which contribute to adequacy, then I'd be with it.
So I agree with you that I think the components that contribute for adequacy need to be in 193E2A. And 1586 does amend those out. And I think that those core elements of adequacy do need to be contained in there. We just added personal financial literacy and I think, did we add computer literacy last year?
Yes.
As well?
Couple of years.
That both those along with those other elements need to remain in there. So I think there is the ability to do a hybrid approach to how you define adequacy, but having that tight relationship between accountability and adequacy in terms of student performance. This is what I've heard ever since my first year on the education committee, where everybody wants to know how our students are doing and what can we do to make sure that student performance, student outcomes are strong in each of our districts. If we're not measuring that, and well, we are measuring that through standardized testing, but also adding graduation rates, adding attendance rates, and have that feedback loop integral to the accountability, going right back to the adequate education. As long as the costing of an adequate education is based on the definition of an adequate education, and the feedback loop ties back to that, then I think we've got a good integrated system that can be measured, monitored, and have the element that Representative Dry was saying. How can the department make sure that it can help these districts improve their student outcomes?
And before you leave, can you please explain how the weighted formulas within all this work? You know, because you have certain categories in your blue book there. I don't know if you have that.
Bill's got to head out, so.
Oh, okay, you're
So
hitting the road, okay.
yeah, why don't we let Attorney Ardinger go with our deep thanks.
No, thank you. This is such an important issue for the state. Representative Ladd, that the issues you're talking about, the one thing I hear in it is, I think what this bill does in one part is respect local governance and local control first. And so it allows, because nothing, if you look at your communities, yeah, Main Street's really important. Institutions like religious institutions are important to building community. Youth, baseball and hockey and other activity programs, YMCA is important to communities. But perhaps nothing's more important to building community than our common schools, our public schools. What you're doing is so important. And I promise you, I want to, to the extent you guys will have me, I want to participate in it, try and join you in that effort. I would just say that the one thing I would urge you to be, you don't ever want to be so prescriptive, in my view. Just one person, not elected, I was one time, not now, is to be so prescriptive that your local governance system can't have a good debate over whether the strings program is something that really adds to the student achievement. And I think Dave's, your comments were like this, or the football program or the AP programs. You got to let those superintendents, those administrators, those teachers, those parents battle it out a little bit locally. And yes, every district's going to make different valuation decisions, but through that process, as long as the state has the data, we can make sure that none of those decisions are undermining the state's duty under Claremont 1 to guarantee that every kid has a fair shake.
Thank you.
So, thank you. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you. So we want to talk about the weights. So let's go to the bill. And let's, we get to the weights after the first 2 pages. Do you want me to just start right?
Well, just go into it.
Just spend a minute.
It's a new component which we haven't built our previous program on.
Well, it's
To
a
a
new
degree.
component, but it looks very similar actually. So, but how we go about calculating those weights is actually based on evidence as opposed to a little
Well,
bit. of a finger in
we
the
did
air.
have certain weights. For example, on the F&R in the 2008 model, on the fiscal capacity, it got to the point where if you had over 48% of the kids, which were free reduced meals, you got a double in terms of the $3,456. You got close to $7,000 on top of your base cost. That really certainly would help a town like yours. I'm also concerned at that time when we were doing that, did the achievement scores look any different than they are now? That was more money
Yeah.
being put to these districts, but see,
And so when a district, and actually Newport's sort of a great example of this, and in Manchester's a good example of this too. When a district works as hard as they can to fund their local school budget, but they can't get there, they can't address the needs that the school has. We heard about the needs that there are up in Newport. And I mean, it was I hadn't even realized that. And I use Newport as an example all the time. But when Newport, which I think has the highest or second highest local education property tax rate, can't hit a budget number anywhere close to what other districts in the area in New Hampshire, throughout New Hampshire, are getting, and they're working super hard to get there, then you know something's wrong with the way that we're funding schools. And I think the other thing you need to that Representative Ladd that you talk about here is that when we look at the weights aren't grants. Currently, the weights that we have in our funding formula, that's state grant dollars, right? That defines the cost of an adequate education, and the state dollars come in as the first dollars to fund that adequate education. What we're doing in 1586, as opposed to using the formula for funding, it's used for costing. So now we're costing an adequate education in terms of what a district superintendent would look at and say, yeah, that's pretty close to what it would cost to put on an adequate education here in Manchester, here in Pittsfield, here in Newport, in Claremont, Hopkins, Berlin, wherever you happen to be. And I think, Jen Gillis in Manchester, superintendent of Manchester, could probably look at Hopkinton's budget and say, well, even if we scaled it up based on the number of students, that's not the cost of an adequate education in New Hampshire, because Hopkins doesn't have very many ELL, English language learners in our district. Hopkins has about 1,000 kids in our district. Manchester has 1,000 homeless kids in their district. So, I mean, the challenges are completely different. And so the costing formula, which begins on page 4, is based on the experience that all of these districts have had, what the unique student characteristics are, and in particular, I mean, you can see right, starting with line 8, the number of students. So everybody here knows ADMA. We've gone to ADMR now, right? So these are all things that need to be changed in this bill. But free and reduced price lunch. English, line 10, English language learners. Also in our current funding formula, that's those are there. Line 12, the number of students in special education services. Representative Ladd talked about maybe breaking that out into 3 classifications. I think that makes a lot of sense, and we can figure out what the weights would be in order to determine that. And then line 14, and then the group of lines below that, size of the district. And there's different weights according to that. Now, once you've gone
Now, the
through,
size of the district, does that take into account too the number of kids which are, the size of the district, some districts are K through 8.
yeah,
So does that take, is there a funding mechanism there, a weight for the grade levels?
it does. Down at lines 26 and 28.
Okay, yeah.
You have grade level funding, and that all gets built into this. So all of this is aggregated to come up to a foundation opportunity budget. The cost for the school district to educate all of its students to a statewide average outcome. So it's calibrated based on that. It should be recalibrated every 6 years. In the bill, it says no less frequently than every 10 years. Thinking now it should be done every 6 years to recalculate that.
Representative Cascade?
While you're in that part of the bill, my question was about line 29, where this bill has the universal base foundation opportunity cost shall equal 6,501. That's considered the base. So should that change based on the recent Conval decision on what Judge Ruoff recommended as a minimum?
That's a great question, Representative Cascadden. I would say that, well, let me say how $6,500 was arrived at was through the work that we did with with Drew Atchison and Bruce Baker at AIR. And basically $6,500 was what was left over after you take out all of these other components, free and reduced, special education, English language learners, size of school, grade range, stuff like that. So very much, I think, in line with what we heard yesterday in one of the bills. This is the cost for the imaginary student that doesn't even walk through a school door because it doesn't have size of school and all that in there. So it's the cost of a student that doesn't really exist. Should it be adjusted? I think 6,500 is actually very consistent because this number does not include transportation. The 7,400 does include transportation. It's $1,400. So the Conval base less transportation is $6,000. The 6501, and I'm sorry to jump ahead, but if you turn to the next page, the bill, so down at the bottom on lines 28 through 36, has a make sure I'm on the right section here. Yeah, has a transition period, so we don't bring it in at 100% in the first year. Back when this bill was originally written, we were looking at a 7-year transition period. I would like to propose a 5-year transition period where we begin the first year at 80% of the 6501, and everything is built. All the weights are all built off the base number, as opposed to being direct dollars. It's a multiplier on the base. So you'd see A, B, C, and D at the bottom of page 5 go from 80% to 85%, 90%, 95%, and then on line 36 for fiscal year 2030 and later 100%. So it'd be a
Has there been a
5.
spreadsheet developed for this?
What's that?
Has there been,
We're working with Mark on that right now.
has he given us a, well, he'll be this afternoon. Have we got a timeline when that might be available?
We can talk with Mark about that, but he's still tweaking some things. He's got some things that he talked about that I mean, Mark comes from the LBA school of spreadsheet design, which means you've got to be down to the penny accurate. And I said, well, Mark, for some of these things, I'd be happy, with the barn door sort of accuracy, knowing that we're really close, so that from a policy perspective, we can discuss these things. I think he wants to get down to the penny, which I appreciate his level of diligence on that. But let's talk with him about that this afternoon.
That's on the docket.
And I've talked with him about some of these changes, and we can get into some more. If it's all right, I'd like to sort of keep going and we've talked about how we build out the foundation opportunity budget based on the 6501 base, and then these multipliers to that base for the different student and district characteristics. That still has not resulted in $1 of state funds going to anybody. This is just determining the foundation opportunity budget, what a district should spend to educate all of its students to a statewide average outcome. It's a strong outcome, nationally a strong outcome. The next page, page 6, and I want to make sure in section 6. So I'm looking page 6, line 17. This is where the policy on state grants. So now we're talking about the funding mechanism. And we talked about how when you take this foundation opportunity budget, and let's just pick a number for Hopkinton, because I know Hopkinton. Let's pick the number for Hopkinton, that the foundation opportunity budget came out at $20 million. We got 1,000 kids. And it's not based on a statewide average, but all the differentiating factors, all that stuff, came out to be $20 million. The first dollars to fund that $20 million budget come from Section 6 and Roman 2 starting on line 29 and 30, where you can see $5 per thousand of equalized assessed valuation. Well, that was based on a long time ago, back when statewide we had a $220 billion statewide valuation. We now have a $340 billion statewide valuation. So this local minimum contribution that Attorney Ardinger was talking about, I think we need to recalculate how that's done based on a statewide share, fiscal policy, a statewide share for state funding of public schools. So whether that's going to be 41, 42, 50%, something like that, you calculate what that is, and then based on a statewide basis, you calculate that local minimum contribution based on that statewide share divided by the total property tax base in the state. I'm sure I'm oversimplifying. I don't know if there's any folks from DRA here.
No, they'll be here.
So I'm oversimplifying, but I think for the example here, if the statewide share was, let's say, 42% of our current total current K-12 expense, Attorney Ardinger said $3.4 billion, right? I think he said that. I mean, really close. 42% would be about $1.3 billion. Currently, we spend $1.06 billion. I think I'm really close.
It's close.
And so at 42%, it goes from 1.06 to $1.3 billion. So a $250 million increase. But that's only if we're at 100%. Remember, we said starting at 80% and phasing it in over 5 years. So I think we can come up with a transition plan that starts very close to where we are right now. And this is all stuff that we should kick around. But that minimum local contribution becomes the first dollars that go towards Hopkinton's $20 million foundation opportunity budget. So if we just stuck with the example here, $5 per thousand, Hopkinson's got I think we've got a total valuation of about $1 billion. So $5 per thousand would generate $5 million, right? Am I doing the math right here?
Sounds good.
Right?
Yep.
$1 billion valuation,
Right, right.
dollar per thousand.
Yeah.
So billion goes to 1 million times 5 gives you $5 million. The state grant, the state foundation opportunity budget grant for Hopkinton, I'm looking at my ways and means and finance people, would be $15 million. And so Hopkinton would then, I mean, that's all they need to spend is the $5, is that mandatory, that local minimum contribution towards their foundation opportunity budget. If they wanted to spend more than that, they could, and they can debate the heck out of this on the floor of school district meeting. It would make for a great debate too, because the state says you only need to spend this. Why do you want all this extra stuff? And there's probably going to be towns, I'm sure, that are going to say, hey, we want some extra stuff too. And maybe they'll do that. But for a lot of communities, many communities, certainly Claremont, Pittsfield, and Berlin, their budgets in Manchester, not even close to the foundation opportunity budget. And when Mark runs the sheets, and I said we'd eventually be getting into the town by towns, in fact, I'm really glad we're having this conversation without having the town by towns first, because we can really talk about this as about how it works, and then see it manifest when Mark has the spreadsheets done. But that's basically how the costing formula works, where we talked about on the prior page with the weights and the base, and how the funding portion works with the local minimum contribution. And the state comes in with the grants, and that's on the next page. That's determinant of transition grants. Foundation opportunity contribution. So the state grant is taxation. I promise you it's in here. It's basically calculated as the difference between the local contribution and the foundation opportunity budget. One of the other things that Attorney Archer talked about was the determination of transition grants. So that's on the next page, at page 7. So where districts may be seeing less from the state, maybe due to loss of excess swept, that there are tax transition grants over a 5-year period that phases that in, so that they don't see any shock in year 1. So 100% of the difference in year 1, 80% in year 2, and that tapers over a.
If you recall,
1%.
what is the amount of excess? Is it roughly around 27 million?
Something like that.
Yeah, is that where we are?
Mark's at 29 million yesterday.
35?
It's right, yeah, but you're right in the ballpark.
Yeah.
So, on that, yeah.
Okay.
And so if we want to sort of proceed through the bill.
Dave,
Yeah.
determination of state foundation opportunity grants
Yep.
is at page 5, line 8. You were trying to find that.
Okay, that's why I didn't see it. Yeah. And it's basically, it's the budget netted out by the local minimum contribution. Yeah, so, thank you, Dick. So lines 14 and 16 on page 5. Grant shall be the adjusted annual foundation opportunity budget for each municipality reduced by B, each municipality's minimum foundation budget contribution, as determined in 41A, which is what we had skipped up to with the $5 per thousand example. But like I said, that needs to be, the language there needs to be changed, or should be changed, so that the rate would float given a fiscal policy share of whatever percentage should be the state policy. I think Bill Ardinger handed out a sheet yesterday that had what different states do, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and others. And obviously our property valuations change year to year, so a local minimum contribution rate should be reflective of those changes, as opposed to having something fixed in statute.
Yes, Representative Dry?
Thank you. Before we move on to the next part, at the top of page 5, it talks about none of the funds are used for any other purpose, including but not limited to making payments to chartered public schools. So what happens to them?
I think later on in this bill, we have
There is a section on it.
there's a study a chapter to study how this could extend to chartered public schools. And I would also say that it would need to extend to
EFAs.
how EFA programs are funded as well, because this bill did not contemplate that.
So that's a pretty big missing piece.
That's why it was put into as a study.
Okay.
It establishes a study committee to examine how best to do that, given a foundation opportunity budget framework.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Representative Cascade?
Yes, just going a little further past the transition grants, so we, when the commission work completed, there was a time when, with ARPA and CARES Act, but that is null and void now, right?
I don't know enough, and thanks for the question. I have that noted in here too.
Okay.
So what Dr. Cascadden is talking about is on page 7, lines 30 and 31.
Yes,
Where the transition grants would come from,
Yeah.
any remaining ARPA or CARES Act funds. And I don't know to what extent any of those are banked, or I think they have to be used by 2026 or something.
September 2024, I thought.
They have to be obligated. by-
Okay,
Yeah.
they have to be obligated by September 2024.
So that's something that we would need to look at and
Figure out
consider
how to fund it.
what the source of funds could be the education trust fund.
Yeah, you'd have to change that.
I mean, we could change.
When are the, I thought there had to be spent by the FY 26.
Spent,
that's
but
right.
obligated by
Yeah.
September
Obligated in
2024.
Yeah, okay.
And so, like with everything, there's, wherever you take air out of the balloon,
Yeah.
it's going to get smaller. And so, if for instance, you wanted to have more of a remainder in the education trust fund to support tax transition grants, you could slow down the transition of the foundation opportunity plan rather than over 5 years, starting at 80%. Maybe it's over 7 years, starting at 70% or something like that. But then those transition grants are going to have to go greater because you're starting with a lower number to begin with. So it's, those are some competing things that we would need to iron out.
Yes, question. How does this work with cooperative school districts?
So there's a section on cooperatives. Let me get to it here. Yeah, bottom of 7.
Okay.
And so the I think the idea here is very similar to how municipalities currently receive funding for the school districts where they participate. And so the funding through the foundation opportunity budget is still done at the municipality level. So remember, you've got costing, which is the foundation opportunity budget, and then you've got funding, which is basically by municipality. And there, different co-ops have, I think, different agreements in terms of share. And so it would have to follow that share.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
So on a very fundamental basis, I just want to make sure I understand, at least structurally, how the revenues would be raised.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
I want to understand structurally how the revenues would be raised. If I'm following this, every community, regardless of whether it's got a district of its own or it's in a cooperative school district, would be responsible for assessing $5 per thousand value to real property. And that would be the basic contribution. There'd be the calculated model budget. The state would pick up the balance to that, regardless of what for example, articles of agreement for a cooperative district indicate.
Right.
And then locally, but now in the case of a school district, the collective group of towns comprising that school district would have their collective debate about whether they wanted to authorize spending beyond that. And then they would allocate that burden according to their articles of agreement, which would roll back into a further charge against local education tax. Is that more or less correct?
I think you,
Without getting at all into the question of how the state raises its portion.
sure, I think you've summed it up.
But the local
perfectly,
ed
Rick.
tax
Yep.
would be a combination of a $5 base plus whatever shakes out of a local district-wide resolution on
Meeting.
extra spending.
Right.
Okay.
That's absolutely correct.
Okay.
The only caveat I would say is the $5 base obviously was using 3-year-old data. That would, calculating that local minimum contribution rate would be recalculated based on what we come down for as the state share and total valuation across the state.
Yeah, okay, that's an interesting clarification. Obviously, costs are a moving target and how you raise it may therefore be a moving target. But in an ideal world, we would have an understanding that a certain portion of a property owner's value could be dedicated to any purpose, in this case, local education, and that $5 is that reasonable amount. And as property values shift or rise, then that allows for more funds to be raised. But one of the fundamental problems we have...
And we want to get away from that in this.
Well, one of the things I think that is most fundamentally flawed in the New Hampshire revenue model is that we just reverse engineer from our costs to how deeply we're going to burden real estate tax. And the more we can get away from that in this bill, the better we would be. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It would be great to have a $5 and just fix it forever.
Yeah,
Let real estate values fluctuate or rise, but that's a percentage of a valuation, and in an ideal world, that would be locked into eternity.
I I hear what you're saying, and I'm really here to present, not debate, but we're in sort of like a work group type situation. When $5 was calculated, and working with Dick Ames and Mel and Bill on this, it was 2020 or 2021, and I think we had statewide property values of $220 billion. So let me just pick on Hopkinton. Hopkinton's valuation was around $750 million. So $5 raised $3.8 million, something like that. $5 today in Hopkinton raises $5 million because property values have gone way up. When you've got select boards and school boards that are developing budgets, they're not developing those budgets based on a fixed property tax rate. The property tax rate adjusts to that budget. So if valuations go up, that property tax rate comes down. And I guess what I'm sort of saying in this is that in the 3 years since we originally drafted this, I think when looking at how we prescribe $5 per thousand, that would put a very heavy burden on property taxpayers, given a significant rise up in property valuation, and that maybe that tax rate should come down in order to raise the same amount of local contribution dollars towards that foundation opportunity budget. And
Follow-up question.
the DRA has suggested ways to do that.
So are we going to be able to remodel that and see how it shakes out
Absolutely.
in these coming weeks before
Absolutely.
February 15th?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
That's why you're on this committee.
Yeah. Yeah. And we'll, and Terry will remodel that using current, the latest DRA valuation numbers. So.
Yes. Representative Ames.
I just wanted to note, because it hasn't been said, that the minimum foundation budget contribution is $5 per thousand, or it is the municipality's adjusted annual foundation opportunity budget. I was trying to say this for my friend over there who's engaged in a lively conversation with his seatmate. Let me try again. I wanted everybody to note that when we say $5 per thousand, or I'll say X dollars per thousand, because that's going to change, as the amount that's going to be raised locally, it's going to be less than that for municipalities, we could name them, that are currently raising more and would be raising under this new arrangement more than the foundation opportunity budget. They only have to raise up to that budget, so it might be 4% to use the 5 as the starting point, and so forth. That's an important difference.
Thank you, Representative Ames.
Okay, we're getting pretty close to the time we should take a break, because
That's
we're
nice.
gonna have people walking in here at 1 o'clock.
Oh, we
Go to
better
the
go.
second part. We're at 12:15 right now.
So
You have some more right there on that?
we've really gone through
Yeah.
the obviously there's a whole section on accountability.
Yeah,
I think we've described it as a tight feedback loop to the definition of an adequate education and the funding of that adequate education. So certainly take a look at that. I noted Representative Likas's suggestions yesterday about having it apply not just to schools that were underperforming, but to all schools. And I think that's a very reasonable approach for the department to make sure that all schools are meeting that student outcome benchmark. And then the last part of the bill is the SWEPT reform, We talked about that yesterday in 1686. 1686.
1686,
So
yeah.
it's very similar to the SWEPT reform in 1686, with the exception that while all of the statewide property tax is collected locally, 100% of it is remitted to the state treasury, and the foundation opportunity grants that municipalities are entitled to will come directly back to that municipality from the state treasury. So there's no like retained SWEPT or anything like that. That eliminates the negative tax rate dilemma with respect to retained excess SWEPT. The other thing beyond that, and this is getting right to the tail end of the bill, so it won't, we've talked about it with other bills, is an expanded low and moderate income property tax relief fund. So that increase, currently the draw on that is, I think we heard yesterday, $1.6 million a year. We would intend to fund that at a level of $25 million per year and provide property tax relief, not to all property taxes that live in a certain zip code, whether they need it or not, but property tax relief to any property taxpayer living in any municipality anywhere in the state that qualifies under certain criteria, income criteria, and I think there's some other criteria in there, and that's for our friends from Ways and Means. I think they saw that in House Bill 569.
569.
From Representative Ames, has those two pieces identical. There may be some little tweak differences that we could align with that, but anyway, that's all I got.
Thank you. Any further questions from the committee right now? I think we're ready for lunch. So I think we're going to break right now and we'll come back at 1 o'clock. Yes, here. Yeah. No, we were just going to get through the DRA and the DOE doing their thing, and then we'll have some wrap-up discussion ourselves, then we're out of here. So 2:30, maybe 2:30, 3 o'clock. Yeah, I think that by my wife said, I've been used to having course supper whenever I get home or that we have supper together. But then I always afternoon portion today, we have both the Department of Revenue Administration and DOE here to answer any questions which we may have and to also give us maybe some remarks as they see it in regard to any of the four bills which we have here. I'd like to have them introduce themselves right now. We have to my right,
Mark Manganello with the Department of Education, Bureau of School Finance.
thank you, and to my left,
Bruce Canua, Supervisor of the Municipal Bureau at Department of Revenue.
Keen Maywell, Tax Policy Council, Department of Revenue.
thank you, and welcome back. We had a discussion earlier this morning on 1586, but this is certainly open up to discussion regarding. Myself on, yeah, okay. Yeah, we had a discussion earlier this morning on 1586, a brief discussion, and there were some questions that came out of that. And also, we have not got into a discussion yet on the other bills which are dealing with the base cost increase. That's basically a change just in a costing amount. And in the special ed differentiated aid, that's also a change in the costing amount. SWEP, we have discussed it in conjunction with 1586. So right now, did we flip the coin and see who's going to start together? Or are you going to still do it collaboratively together? Interact with each other, DRA and DOE?
Yep.
I thought you were going to sit together, but no, there must be something between these two departments. In regard to 1586, Mark, do you have some insights for us in regard to 1586 or some areas where maybe there have to be some modifications or changes, et cetera?
Yeah, there's so obviously, as some of you might remember from 2 years ago, it was 1680. So the dates have been updated. So I think I verbally told the committee some of the technical errors, but I think I need to kind of get those more in writing so that they can be codified. So some of the technical errors still exist. Some of them are kind of the ones we're used to seeing, an ADMR, ADMA mishap. Some of the ones you've already discussed relative to how it addresses EFAs and charter schools. This is just, again, I'll put this in writing at some point, but it kind of a technical error with it. It sort of puts them in limbo and then defunds them while they're in limbo. So if you're you want to have a position, if the subcommittee wants to have a position on the EFA program and charter school program, meaning if you want to put them sort of in limbo and then defund them, then that's what the bill does as introduced. I don't think that was the intent. I think the intent was to study them. So that is currently just a technical issue with the bill as introduced. You were discussing the ARP money. My understanding is that money is likely unavailable and likely already is out the door and needs to be out the door very quickly. So that's, again, just a technical issue where that bill is looking to seek to use those funds, and those funds essentially don't exist.
So you're going quickly here.
Yep.
So the transition to put the 1586 into full speed, we need some of that money to do that, correct?
The intent as introduced was to use federal funds to pay for that transition, correct? But, and as you discussed, as I was watching you guys on YouTube, you could draw that from the surplus. The surplus is, I mean, this is now a Ways and Means and Finance decision, obviously. But the alternative would be to fund, basically you're funding it from the Education Trust Fund, would by default. And yeah, you were discussing that. But that's, so the ESSA, or not the ESSA, the ARP issue, EFA charter school issue, that's some housekeeping. The ADMR, that's very easy housekeeping. The other thing, Representative Luno and I were chatting, and Representative Luno told the committee, the bill is introduced, basically doesn't do what it's supposed to do, and it's because of our growth in property values. So Representative Luno and I ran, I have some numbers, I'm not really confident to send them out like in a spreadsheet, and I don't want to go town by town until we're ready to actually kind of really get into the weeds. But the bill as currently written and is introduced would decrease school funding by hundreds of millions of dollars. And the reason that is because of our property growth. So you have the foundation opportunity budget that's up here. It's hitting a benchmark, a standard. to provide a foundation opportunity budget. And then you immediately apply that $5 tax rate. And since that $5 tax rate against our really robust property growth brings in so much money, less state money goes out the door as introduced. So Representative Luno and I overheard, I was watching the committee, the percent of state share is a way we could do that. I have to, that would be an easy fix or an easy way. I just have to think about it a little bit. But I'm not doing that analysis. But just trying to take the original intent and bring that property tax rate to a number that achieves the same results with the new property growth. If I dropped it down to $3 per 5,000 and did nothing else, it would reduce in total net funding of less than 18 million. So basically a less $18 million in state money would go less 18 million less would go out the door.
Compared to current.
Yeah. So the other thing Representative Luno and I discussed, and you know, if the objective is to keep it relatively net neutral, then that's not exactly net neutral. You know, $18 million out of a $3.5 billion economy is, you'd say a rounding error, but if you want to increase it more, you could change modifications like you could take that universal base aid amount and make it the conval number. And running that really quickly, that would result in $200 million more in state funding for schools. So there's a lot of variables to tinker with. I just sort of I probably need to work with Representative Luno if it's what the committee's looking to do is to get that bill in a position to be ready to see spreadsheets. I probably need to work with Representative Luno to get those all the variables where they need to be and hit what the committee's interested in looking at, and then I can produce those spreadsheets.
Yes.
You talk fast and I'm trying to keep notes. Can you go over once again about the EFAs and charter schools? The intention of the bill and then the solution for it was?
The bill as introduced repeals the section of law we use to fund EFAs, meaning to determine the grant amount, and it repeals half of the section of law, which is adequacy. It repeals adequacy as we know it, and replaces it. And adequacy currently, that calculation of the grant is what funds EFAs in its entirety, and it is also what funds basically half of what charter schools receive. So that's a technical fix that would need to be made, which would, if you want to keep current law as is, you basically have to get rid of adequacy where it exists, but then also probably find a new home for it. I mean, that's just what the bill, that's what the amendment would have to look like.
Okay.
To the bill to keep EFAs and charters funded at their current levels.
So just a thought on, I think that's a very important point, Representative Dry, and not something that we wanted to see drop. But when we reenacted in the bill, what is it, 19840A? Is that 198?
That's adequacy, yeah.
Yeah. And currently both the charter statute and the EFH statute both refer to 19840A. We could put something into charter or EFA.
Yeah.
And then the other one, whichever the other one is, refer to.
That would be one way to a technical fix.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And it would basically look like our current 19840A.
Okay. And what was the study committee that you were talking about for that?
And there's a study committee in there to consider in the long term how to fund charters and EFAs, and it's in the, I think it's at the back of the 1586.
Okay, so just to be clear, then if they do the technical fix, then EFAs and charter schools still stay funded while they're studied? Okay.
Absolutely stay funded and stay funded the same way they are funded.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
If you're working with Representative Luno to try and get a spreadsheet, is there any kind of time frame in which that might be available to this subcommittee?
So doing one fiscal year, not that hard. I mean, it's just a matter of what's the target, what's the, it's $200 million that Is that the target we're going for? Negative 18 million, is that the target we're going for? So, and
So there's a couple things I want to talk with you about that, and I think your suggestion of using the Conval number makes a lot of sense. But I'm also thinking, we talked about this earlier, having a 5-year phase in.
yeah. And so that's the tougher challenge with that. I think doing a fiscal year analysis for one spreadsheet, I've done that before and I can do that again. And we're just working some couple variables, and I think Representative Luna and I have chatted about some of the variables that he thinks needs to move. Doing a 5-year analysis is a little bit trickier, but I would want to have one year analysis that the committee's kind of interested in before I start doing, multiple more spreadsheets.
Thank you, Mark. Thanks for.
Are there any other technical aspects that you see that need correcting within the bill?
I believe that's it. One thing that we debated this or discussed this 2 years ago. The cooperative, the school district size portion. That might need a little bit more study. I don't know if I'm doing it. It probably works. I just don't know if it works as the 2020 commission intended. I don't know if it's worth going down that rabbit hole, but I have a system in place to try to.
So it works in the bill. This is to eliminate the cliff effect.
Yeah.
As you're going. So we talked about this a couple of years ago too. And I don't think from a modeling standpoint, it's a fairly minor.
So the only thing I'm doing that potentially doesn't. This is now again really technical in the weeds here. And we discussed this 2 years ago. When you take an ADMR and an ADMA, essentially a student is a student, but you have to pick a measurement in order to put it into a data set and run it through an algorithm. So I am using ADMR as the data point.
Yes.
And so that might not have been the intent of the 2020 commission, but converting an ADMA to an ADMR or saying they're equivalent at the end of the day isn't, I don't think, a big deal. But you do have to define what measurement for student you want to use. And so that's a potential rabbit hole we could go down. I don't, it's up to the sponsor or the committee if they want to go down that rabbit hole.
I think we've moved to an ADMR approach. I mean,
Mr. Chairman,
Well, ADMR is what we want to use.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
just as a non-education committee member, is that average daily membership attendance versus residents, or what is it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That's correct. And residence is how we fund adequacy because we fund it based on which school district is responsible for paying for the education. Attendance is where they attend school. Sometimes they're the same student or same measurement. A lot of times they're not, or a good amount of times.
So when you're trying to define this from a policy perspective, this weighted formula, in terms of size of school, Representative Luno, can you please refresh my mind? I know it. I can understand the costs that it costs. For example, a very small school, because they don't have the population in the school of students, but they have to, by our requirements, provide certain programs so that efficiency of scale, costing to the scale of what they've got there, it's more it's just like it costs more to run White Mountain Community College than it does a larger community college down here, simply because of scale of numbers, but they require providing all these courses that are required for a gen ed. So we have that, and there's also that relationship with whether it's an elementary school, a middle school, or a high school, where a high school has to have certain facilities and programs which require specialization. Chemistry, for example, versus teaching one how to read in a classroom in a grade school. So how are we accounting for all that within this model?
So that's on page 4, lines 16 through 23.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 24.
Page 4?
Page 4, lines 16 through 24. where the size of the school varying between 1 and 2,000 or over 2,000, one student to over 2,000 students would receive a different weighting factor, where where the smallest have a little bit higher weights associated with them, going down to over 2,000, there's no additional weight. And it's hard to read this from looking at the weights themselves, because the weights are defined as a line that would go between, so looking at the first one, between 1 and 200, it would be a decreasing, a negative sloping line, and that negative slope is defined as, y equals mx plus b. So the formula for a slope, Rick, and that's what you're looking at here. 0.00451
Yep.
multiplied by ADMA. ADMA would be the x-axis, the weight would be the y-axis, and b would be the y-intercept. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I love this, right? I mean, this is...
And the intercept is higher for smaller districts.
Yeah.
So it's going to be more advantageous for smaller schools, based on starting from a higher point and then going down as you get more students.
Yes, go ahead.
Back into question of co-op or school districts. My co-op, each of the small towns have 1 or 2 elementary schools in their town, but there's 1 regional middle school, 1 regional high school. So how do you work that for each individual town and their budget? Because they've got a certain population within the middle school and within the high school, but it's not the total number in the high school.
Right, but they still have a number of students that are at the middle school or high school that are attending, so they get a share. They have their local share and their state share.
Right.
So for those students.
Right. Do you have to adjust this to say that it's not the size of the school district, but the population in some cases?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Of the students going to that regional school?
And that's what we debated. I think we had this exact conversation 2 years ago, and it's sort of, we got hung up here 2 years ago. If we're talking about at the actual school, or grade level, basically what kind of quasi factor in a middle school versus high school, et cetera. But no, the way I'm reading this bill is, it's not about school, it's about school district. So Governor Wentworth in its entirety is just a school district with X amount of students, and it gets plotted on here. It doesn't factor in whether you have a high school or local elementary schools. It just looks at Governor Wentworth as a district in its entirety. That's how this section of the bill works. So it would not, if it was done at the school level, and if it was...
How do you work it for, Wolfboro has 2 elementary schools, but they're not their own district?
Yes. So Wolfboro is not considered, what I'm doing is I'm looking at the students that live in Wolfboro, the way the formula works. The students who live in...
ADMR?
Yes, I'm looking at the ADMR. So I'm taking the students that live in Wolfboro, say there's 50, and I'm going, well, they're all part of Governor Wentworth. Governor Wentworth is I don't know how many ADMR for Governor Wentworth is, but whatever it is, wherever it plots on these buckets, I'm treating them all, I'm adding them all in as that.
Is that what you're doing today with the current state adequacy grants?
It's always ADMR, and it's always,
So it's the same.
Yeah.
It's the same as what you're doing now under.
The only thing difference in this bill versus what we do currently is we never, there's no current weight or metric that looks at school district. It's purely muni when we're doing the current formula. This one requires a little crosswalking, taking the muni data and bringing it to the school district level, and then factoring a weight.
So that's a good point, though, that maybe we should make that clear, that the ADMA in line 16 through 24, I'm sorry, 16 through 26. Let me go all the way down to 16 through 28, is not the ADMR in the municipality, but it's the ADMR of the district.
Right.
Yeah. So, because is that different than the ADMR that would be used on line 8? Free and reduced price lunch would be,
Different view of ADMR.
yeah.
Yeah, so you could also have, so what it created some challenges for me when I first had to put this together was split districts are a challenge. So I had to apportion those out. So I still have to apportion. Split districts are a whole other animal as far as the town of Ware has, let's say they have 100 students. 50 of those students could be through going to the K through 8 Ware district, and they get a different weight. And then 50 other students could be going to John Stark, and they get a different weight. So I'm splitting those out currently, and that's how I'm reading this bill. But yeah, it's unique in a sense. It's not how we in the current law, we always stick within the world of muni, and we never look at school district.
Right.
But in this bill, we are looking at school district information and bringing it down to the muni level, looking at students essentially and where they attend, what school district they belong to.
And since it's ADMR, it shouldn't make a difference for town tuitioning.
Correct. Yeah, and that's the key thing. Whenever you talk about ADMR is how our current system's designed. So if you ever decided to switch to an ADMA funding model, it would mess up every tuition agreement in the state. So yeah, keeping it ADMR keeps that tuition stuff clean.
That would be your desire for the legislature?
I think I don't do tuition agreements. I think every school district would be ADMR keeps it pretty clean.
Yeah, keep it at ADMR. There's a lot of schools tuitioning,
Right.
and we don't want to mess that up. Okay, other questions regarding that you might have for Mark at this time, or we want to get into some of the tax stuff?
Yeah, the one thing I'll say, just because there's a lot of testimony about it, and this was a good segue probably into Bruce and his work, but the negative tax rate conversation that we had yesterday, it's always interesting when we do see a negative tax rate because there's negative tax rates caused by SWEPT, but I think Windsor is an interesting example. I just wanted to use, I don't know if it was discussed yesterday. Windsor appropriated a lot of funding for their school district because they thought they were going to have more students that they were going to have to send tuition out. But then they made an error. And so they budgeted a lot of local money to fund their tuition bills, but then those students were never there. So they never had to pay those tuition bills, which resulted in them having to give money back to the taxpayers, which resulted in a negative tax rate. So it's just that when we talk about examples of negative tax rates, most of the negative tax rates are caused by essentially swept money that a tiny school district can't use. But there are some instances, like the town of Windsor, where they are actually educating students and they have excess money coming in. So that was just one peculiarity that came up yesterday during the hearing. But
We have a possibility that a district may split up in Newfound. With Bridgewater going its own way, and Groton, Hebron following along with them. Will this impact that at all?
this bill impact a district splitting up?
Way we're, yeah, anything we're doing here that deals with this weighted formula right here, will it in fact impact Newfound?
No, so it wouldn't impact, so adequacy is always ADMR, always calculated at the town level. It would impact the, it's talking about this formula, what school district they belong to, so those particular weights, which is a section, I think there's, I'll just give you some context. So when I tally up all the weights currently in the bill, there's 432,000 weights, and I take 432,000 weights and I multiply it by the universal base aid And that's how how the foundation opportunity budget works. So almost none of the weights would be affected except for what we just discussed. You live in Bristol, you attend Newfound. Newfound has X amount of students when Bridgewater, Hebron, and Groton are in.
Right.
So now they're a smaller school district. So now they're going to potentially get, both communities would potentially get more weights. This is just,
Yeah.
you know,
That's
just the way it plays out because it benefits smaller school districts.
Well, there you go.
So that would be, but again, that's 41,000 weights that would be kind of messed with out of 432,000. So it would have an impact, but it would be, I don't know how much it would, the magnitude of it, I can't really speak to. Yeah.
Are there any other questions for Mark right now? Well, let's swing it over to the other side of the room here. And were you listening this morning? No. Okay, we had some of the questions. Representative Luno, why don't you start out with some of the issues that we did discuss and that we might get some resolution from DRA now.
Right. So thank you, Mr. Chair. So one of the areas that we talked about a little bit in the hall yesterday was let me find it. Do you by the way, do you have a copy of 1586? So I'm looking at page 6, lines 29 through 33. And specifically, lines 30 and 31, where it talks about $5 per thousand of equalized assessed valuation of all property taxable pursuant to 76(8). And I think from the this is what we were talking about, from the time we drafted this bill 3 years ago, and we had $220 billion in statewide taxable property, and now we've got $340 billion. I think if I'm remembering the numbers I heard, that $5 per thousand is a substantially increased tax burden due to the rise in property valuations. So we're thinking that we may need to have a paragraph in here that provides the calculation of that tax rate per thousand based on if we're going with a fiscal policy and you plug in whatever number you want, but the number that keeps coming up came up yesterday is a 42% state share and a 58% local share of the total state and local costs. So not the federal part, but the $3.4 billion.
Yep.
I'm sort of finger in the wind.
Yep.
Close. So it would be so that number there on line 30 is to be the local share of that $3.4 billion. And if that's supposed to be 58% of that, then how do you calculate the tax rate? And it's probably a lot more complicated than my simplistic way, which would be 58% of $3.4 billion divided by the total statewide property valuation.
Yeah.
Something like that.
From Municipal Bureau, DRA's perspective, I think initially for us, it's going to be helpful to just review right now, very quickly, the chronology of setting a local school tax rate under current law, current conditions, and then compare that to what this bill is attempting to do, just to make sure that we're, first of all, understanding the flow through this bill of what needs to happen.
Okay.
Could you move the microphone just a little bit closer, possibly?
Certainly.
How's that?
Yeah.
Better?
Yeah. And so Bruce, I think that's good, because the tax rate that you would be calculating would be just as it says here, for each municipality, the amount that is the lesser of, and one would be X dollars per thousand, where X is based on 58% of the $3.4 billion,
Right.
or up to the not to exceed the foundation opportunity budget, which is defined elsewhere in here. So there's a ceiling to what that calculated tax rate would be
Right.
in each municipality.
I understand. I think if
And,
we
and,
could,
and then beyond that, there could even be a local education property tax should the municipalities or the school district vote to have something in addition to the foundation operating budget.
right. This, from 3 years ago and again now, the bill seems to have some alterations to the way we at DRA would understand setting the property tax rate. So if you will, let's place ourselves right now in the midst of a school district's budget work. They're getting ready for the hearings and so forth. To the Department of Revenue, even though we might know something because of the tax portal and the fact that districts are entering data, so we're aware. But right now, we're just awaiting results. I want to stop for a second and shift back to the bill, see if I have this right. In the future, should this pass as written, or at least in terms of its chronology, Mark and education would have calculated a foundation opportunity budget, a number that the school district would know about earlier than right now, from the fall. And I think it mentions by November, there's a date, November 1st, is it? In other words, education is going to utilize the bill's mechanics to come up with a dollar amount. School district knows it must write an appropriations budget that is at least that large. Okay. I think, is that would be a correct reading of what the bill was trying to accomplish at that point in time?
Okay.
Okay. From DRA's perspective, we're on the sidelines at that point, if I'm reading it correctly. We don't have anything to do. Mark and his team can literally take whatever the bill's rate is, the legislation would tell them, and utilizing already prepared equalized valuation numbers and the formulas embedded in the legislation to create that dollar amount that a district would need to understand as it goes through its budgeting process and brings it out to a vote with the voters.
See, I think that's a little bit different. I want to make sure I understand what you just said, Bruce. So the Department of Education would calculate the sum of all foundation opportunity budgets. So that's the number that would, finger in the air, approach $3.4 billion or something like that based on current spending. And then the Department of Revenue Administration would use that number and apply a fiscal policy multiplier to that. And that would be the 58%, the local share, to the total number, not to the individual foundation opportunity budgets.
This would be a novel approach for Department of Revenue. I mean, currently, the school district acts independently within the law in building out a recommended budget. Or when I say that, I'm concentrating on appropriations.
Yeah.
The size, because the bill at times mentions spending. And that would be, right, approved appropriation to lead to spending. So currently, if this bill was in place, I couldn't see that Department of Revenue was doing anything in this time frame, other than perhaps observing whether when when education would prepare the foundation opportunity, the minimum that a district must raise, or I should say appropriate, we would be aware of it But currently, whatever a district decides to budget in an appropriation, we don't have a say about that. We don't intervene. So that would be novel for us to, at that point, as the budget comes into being, in say, right now in January, it's getting ready to go to hearing, for DRA to examine it in any way, shape, or form, to evaluate it and take any action would be unusual, other than a very technical matter of, you put something in the tax portal for the budget, but you have it in the wrong account code. Other than that, we're neutral to those numbers. So if the bill is asking Department of Revenue at that stage to say, aha, we see what you're appropriating, and this is on a district, because we operate, our work doesn't really aggregate until later. We're looking at individual districts and their budgets. So we would be looking at a school district's recommended budget in light of a predetermined minimum. And even there, as I said, this would be novel, that we would look at it and say, your appropriations in your school budget, even before you've gone out for the vote, is somehow not meeting this minimum. Is that the intent of the bill, is for us to check that?
Let me say how I say this. So I think what I'm hearing is that the Department of Education would need to calculate the foundation opportunity budgets, certainly before the budget cycle for
Yes.
most school districts, which starts, let's say, October 1st, November
Right.
1st, something like that. But
Yep.
would you'd have to have the foundation opportunity budgets for every district calculated before then.
Yes. So one way to do this is to use lag in the data. So, and that's typically, and when the aggregation process, that's not in the bill as proposed, right? You're talking about
No,
amending.
this is
Yeah.
your process. I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
let me make it clear what the bill's intent is not. That it is not the bill's intent for every local school district for every local property taxpayer or the local property taxpayer school district to pay for 58% of their foundation opportunity budget. Statewide, the state would be responsible for 42%. The locals would be responsible for 58%. But obviously, depending upon valuations and property value, assessed property in each of those districts, that those percentages would vary. The tax rate per thousand would be the same across the board.
I think and I think Bruce and I need to spend more time thinking about this. The aggregation process, the calculating the grant, that's all education's, I would assume that's education's responsibility, not DRA's responsibility. I think one of the other mixed matches we have that would be more of DRA's responsibility is a $5 tax rate per thousand. It eventually a tax rate turns into a tax effort, and I think that's where maybe things could get a little dicey. Is basically a $5 tax rate on an EV raises hypothetical dollars that the local's actually going to raise. And to determine if the local's actually raised it is actually a DRA process. And I think Bruce and I have talked are there opportunities for this to create weird loops in the system where we're now basically saying budgets are not sufficient. And I don't know, since the bill's never been enacted, it's just hard for us to.
So let me sort of step forward a little bit. We may be jumping too far, getting into something where the bill does not get into. The reason this number is calculated is so that the department can calculate the grant, the foundation opportunity grant.
Yeah,
So we're not talking about a separate tax line for the local contribution.
Representative Luna, I agree. I mean, as I looked at it, I thought this in some ways functions mechanically for us, or practically, as does education's work with adequacy. It comes up with an estimate.
Right.
And it is a number. And we come up with the swept warrant numbers in advance, so it's also available to a school district. So the idea that foundation opportunity budget amount would be calculated by education in the same time frame. That makes perfect sense. The other two things, again, we developed the swept amounts. They were already available last year as early as September, and they're given out through the warrants and so forth. So districts know that. By early November, they know the current adequacy aid estimates, a solid number. If this new number was introduced as well, right now, at that point, nothing's changing so far for DRA. I just wanted to see if I'm
Good
correct.
point. And I think this could all be calculated at the Department of Education.
Yeah, I think it's not, I don't know if there's a role for DRA to play.
Yeah.
And I don't know if the bill needs cleanup to define roles better, but that's.
I don't, because at the end of the day, you're calculating two things, Mark. You're calculating the foundation opportunity budget and then the foundation opportunity grant.
Mhm.
And the only thing that's different between those two numbers is this local contribution, which, based on this early draft,
Okay.
is $5 per thousand of that municipality's
I
valuation.
think it's right there the novelty occurs. To DRA, the quote, local contribution, the tax dollars raised from the school district's voters, right, is only determined right now for DRA at the very end of our process of
Right.
setting the tax rates. It is what's left has to be raised through that local school rate. So introducing the idea that somehow the local contribution has to be a certain amount or a certain percentage or any kind of development like that at the beginning of the process, that's novel. And I didn't know that we had a role necessarily, but if we did, and it involved, maybe I misread things, maybe it was 3 years ago, is the idea that if we have to try to figure out if a certain tax rate is going to accomplish a certain amount of tax dollars. No, good, because we couldn't iterate that
Yeah.
way. We're not built
No,
for
I
that.
think this is a good conversation because I think it clarifies that this section of calculating the foundation opportunity budget and the foundation opportunity grant all reside within the Department of Education, and that the cooperation or the collaboration between NHED and the DRA is really to make sure that they're using the property valuations that the most published, whatever, however you're doing it now.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. If I might, so if that's working the way it sounds like it's intended, the school district would be entering into the budget setting process. We're going to be indirectly aware because we have to be because of the tax portal's approach, but we're not intervening at all. If there's any check or balance up to this point, it seems to be on the local school district to make sure it's complying with the law in terms of the appropriations budget it's putting forward. That being said, I did have a question on page 8, section 8 of the bill.
And this is exactly the same area.
Right. Now it's very clear that this is DRA's bailiwick, right?
Well, no, I think this is this is still in the Department of Ed because this is the calculation of the grant.
So, wait, maybe I have the wrong.
But it says DRA. It says Commissioner of DRA.
Well, then
Do I have a wrong edition or?
Yeah.
Yeah, it says the Commissioner of Revenue on Section 8.
taxation.
Right. That's what, well, maybe I had a different pagination. I don't know. Well, it says the Commissioner of Revenue Administration shall compute the rate percentage of taxation for school district purposes from such certificate. I've asked Mark, I believe, I didn't have time to look at 198.4-A, but that certificate are the reports
Yeah.
coming to education. We need the same, we need the numbers, but we're going to calculate the tax rate or rate percent of taxation for school district purposes. It's the next section that, again, this is novel for us because at that point in time, now we're in the fall of tax rate setting. All of the bill has taken effect and done its work. we're going to look at the total approved appropriations, the total non-property tax revenues to offset those appropriations. We're going to end up with a net assessment or the taxes that need to be raised, and we're going to use the locally assessed property value that's relevant to that school district to determine the local school rate. That's a current approach. But here, I'd like to hear you help me understand what this next section in this, or next part of this section is attempting to do. I'll read it for my own sake. Provided that no separate increment to the school district tax rate to raise funds for a participating municipality's minimum foundation budget contribution shall be required if the let me stop there.
Yeah.
At this point in time, we're not accustomed to having any thought of an increment. We're about to set a tax. Everything's done
Yeah.
in our currently.
Yeah.
But is this saying that at the time we go to set a tax rate, it's possible that we have to check to see whether or not,
Being a gatekeeper?
do we have a role to say, wait, we can't set the local school rate. Now, this could be October
Yeah.
or November because, and that's the part I don't think
Yeah, see, I don't think that's, I don't think that's the intent in here, and I think we can clean up, this section 8, and I think we can clean up the previous section, on page 6 with respect to that, because at the end of the day, what the only thing that really matters through here is that a foundation opportunity grant is calculated by the Department of Education and communicated to the school districts by November 1st. I think the preliminary
15th is the.
November 15th, and that the foundation opportunity grant is based on this local minimum contribution
Right.
that is calculated based on a statewide share and then applied at a municipal level, and I think the department can do that. And that local minimum contribution is not imposed as a separate tax line
Right.
on the tax bill. It would be part of the local education property tax approved by
Representative Luno,
voters.
if I might, at the time the budget is developed, granted, the appropriations are, well, they're a recommendation, and let's leave aside the revenues, they're estimates.
Yeah.
But the appropriations, that's what's key here, is the district is meant to appropriate at least a minimum. But you're also suggesting that that minimum be a certain percentage of the total, either in and of itself as a district or relative to a statewide goal. So it's possible, because you know the appropriation amount as you develop the budget. Again, are we looking at it pre-vote? Because the voters can change things, but if it's development of the budget is developed, you have an ability to look at those respective percentages. Appropriations are $1 million, swept is X, foundation opportunity grant is it the new adequacy aid?
It would be.
Right?
It would be
Right.
the-
So you know that, and then the net is the local amount.
Right.
You now have a ability to common size it before the budget is taken forward. So if it's out of alignment, but that would be the local district would have to know that, oh, the
Right.
way we've built the budget, with SWEP being what it is, the foundation being what it is, the local taxes or contribution would be what it would be based on the appropriations. You have the math, it doesn't line up. In a sense, reiterate the budget, because it wouldn't be meeting, again, it's not a DRA check.
Sure.
We,
So maybe we're not, maybe we're still not on the same page on this. Let me try to illustrate it through an example. So let's say that Hopkinton's foundation opportunity budget as calculated on page 4, comes out at $20 million. And let's say Hopkinton's valuation is $1 billion, property valuation, and let's say the local minimum contribution is $3 per thousand. So Hopkinton would raise $3 million through a local minimum contribution. That would be subtracted from the $20 million Foundation Opportunity budget, and it would result in a grant to Hopkinton of $17 million. Nothing has gone through DRA yet.
Yep. So the state has to pay up 17 million.
The state grant to Hopkinton would be $17 million.
And Hopkinton is
That goes through all the school board and the budget committee and the district meeting.
I see.
And at the district meeting, the voters, the school board presents a budget of, $20.2 million.
Right.
And when looking at the revenues, the 17 million coming from the state, the what's coming from different sources, Hopkins going to have to raise another say $4 million, and it will do that through a local education property tax, and that's where the DRA becomes involved.
Okay, at that stage, we don't have anything to do at that stage. This is a pre-vote. The budget's been developed.
Correct.
In accordance with all that, meets every bit of the law. It meets the intent of the law. It's going out for vote. It might get amended up or down or sideways and so forth. Year-end fund balance from a school district's going to alter things
Yep,
some.
that's revenue.
But that's normal. I think we'd be calculating a local school rate just as we always would.
Yeah.
And just as if, and I know this is making the
Post-vote.
complex simple
Yeah.
for my sake, foundation, all of the work of developing the foundation opportunity cost and the grant is all in the background to DRA, just as adequacy aid is. We need a number for a district. How it's developed is not a black box, but it could be to us. We just need education to tell us
Right.
what it is for Hopkins School District.
Right.
That's what it sounds like here. And I'm happy if you're in agreement that we don't have particular roles in the midst, and especially if we don't have anything to do with trying to calculate a tax rate before we calculate the tax rate.
and just
If that's, then I'm really happy.
in the scenario you described, that's easy peasy. The scenario where that scenario could get, I don't know if there's if the intent is to do something else. What if Hopkinton only raised $2 million in local ed tax effort?
Okay.
What would
So-
happen in that situation?
That's interesting. And so in earlier versions of this draft, if Hopkinton only raised 2/3 of what its local minimum contribution was, then we contemplated, Dick, you'll remember we talked about this, reducing the Foundation Opportunity Grant by that same percentage. And we took that penalty out because we didn't feel that taking money away from schools would be the right thing to do. But if it's an incentive, if it's a stick to require the local school district to raise the appropriate local minimum, then it could go back in. We have the
Could that
language for
happen
that.
if a district's approved a cap, which is substantially lower? Tax cap?
I don't think it would be substantially lower in these cases. I
Well,
mean,
we've seen it happen.
but they, given how we're funding it right now, yeah.
Yeah.
But not in these, I mean,
So the $5 per thousand or $3 per thousand is more a measurement than it is actually interacting with the tax system.
right. It's a way for the department to calculate the grant based on the Foundation Opportunity budget.
Okay.
And obviously, everything works best when that school district is funded, just like Bill was saying, through that integrated approach involving local and state, that partnership between local and state. If the local is going to disregard its portion of that and say, oh, the grant we're getting from the state is enough, then that's not a good solution.
Question?
It is a partnership.
Yes, Representative?
Now, I'm not sure if I just got thrown off track, but whether it's $5, $3, or wherever it gets set, it's characterized as a quote minimum foundation budget contribution, right? So, I mean, the question that I heard Mark raise is what happens if the municipality raises less? But it's a minimum. They're obligated to raise that much. If it wasn't a minimum, it would become another form of the issue we currently have with SWEPT, where the use of excess SWEPT is to, offset other obligations, right? So I think I like this, the way I'm reading it in the bill, which is it's a minimum, it's an obligation, and the state only makes up the difference to the extent that the difference is needed.
Well, that's good, to the extent that it's needed.
Yes.
What happens if the 20 million you talk, it's only 17 million? The state portion, you said 3 million would be paid by the local
Mm-hmm.
and 17 million by the state, correct? Or 17 million.
Mm-hmm.
What happens if the district needs 15 million, not 17?
I'm sorry, I missed that. That they raised more money than the minimum?
They only require 15 million instead of the 17 million.
They raised more,
They raised more.
so they have excess.
Yeah.
This is essentially a reciprocal of the same outcome we're currently dealing with SWEPT.
Yeah, So we're sticking with Hopkinton, for example. The foundation opportunity budget for a town like Hopkinton would very likely be substantially less than we're currently paying for our education. And when we calculated it 3 years ago, I think Hopkinton had maybe a $20 million budget, and the foundation opportunity budget was like 16 million. So it's doubtful that Hopkinton would be satisfied with just a $16 million budget, let alone want to even go lower than that. Now, for the city of Manchester, the foundation operating opportunity budget would be substantially higher. And could it be that the city of Manchester says, you know what, we're good with the foundation opportunity grant, and we're not going to put a dime towards this? Well, we did have a provision in an earlier draft of this that if you don't contribute your 100% share of your minimum local contribution, then your foundation opportunity grant gets prorated by that same amount. So if Manchester came in at 0, then you wouldn't get a foundation opportunity grant either. Yeah, and then you'd have 0 budget. Yeah. So would it make sense to have that stick back in here so that if a district says, well, you know what, I like the foundation opportunity budget, but I really only need 90% of it, so I'm only going to put in 90% of the local minimum contribution.
Why should they have that option?
Well, I'm just saying the other options, Mary, is that they put in 0 and they get all of the grant, or they.
But no, I don't think that's going to happen, because I think
I don't think it's going to happen.
Well, no, I don't think they're allowed to do that in the bill, where if the $5 is a measurement, then I'm not going to, if they decide to say, well, I would like more money, so my local minimum is 0, so give me more money. I don't think.
No.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. If Manchester was satisfied with the grant,
Yeah.
as being
With the assumption that they're
being
doing,
their budget,
yeah, with the assumption they're putting a contribution in.
yeah, the grant's calculated
Yep.
based on their local minimum contribution.
Mm-hmm.
If they decide not to put the local minimum, and this is a good thing to test.
Yep.
If they don't want to if they don't put the local minimum contribution in there, should they get the grant at all? And I think that's a policy.
And so that would, that's a policy decision, of course, and that would not create any mechanical issues or technical issues, whether you went one way or the other with that. The other potential, again, we know how this is going to work for 90% of school districts, or we have an idea. We can hypothesize how it would work for most school districts. What would, I guess now we're getting to the mechanic, I think it was kind of discussed, what would mechanically happen if your state grant was 17 million and you only wanted to have a total budget of 15 million? That's where, I don't know if that's another, again, unlikely to happen.
Well, I mean, there's a couple ways you could do that. If the grant was 17 million and you only wanted a budget of 15 million, then rather than putting 3 million in as the local contribution and having a budget of 20 million, then maybe you have a local contribution of 2 million and your grant gets reduced by, or 2.5 million, your grant gets reduced by a similar amount and you get to 15 million. I mean, that could be calculated by the local school district. But that would require a proration provision in here, and that's a policy discussion, policy consideration that we would have to have. Is that good for kids? Is that good for, I mean, what do we want to do? And like I said, the original draft I put together on this prior to, even before filing, because we pulled it out of 1680, had that prorating provision in there. So I could certainly put it back in.
The way it would play out, actually, I think the way it would play out is, say your state grant was 17 million, you only wanted to budget 15 million, you would want to just build up a trust fund or something. You would not, I mean, ideally you just wouldn't cut your budget. You would spend the foundation opportunity budget, essentially. I think that's how it would use it, kind of like.
I mean, I think you probably would, but the question is, should you get it at all if you don't put anything in?
If you don't try to.
If you don't, if you
Yeah.
if you ignore that very first part,
Was this like a maintenance of effort?
Yeah, I think that's the way to think of it. I actually think we're getting, I actually don't think this is mechanically a thing that's going to happen.
So what do you want to do?
Oh no, I was just going down. I don't think there's a technical issue here, because I think you would just build a school that has that provides a foundation opportunity budget. So, but I just went down that rabbit hole. I don't know if there's.
Rep. James?
Yeah, I think this is related. I believe Massachusetts has a provision that enables a school district to come forward and engage in a dialogue with the state if it believes it can get the outcomes, we're talking about outcomes, and spend a lower amount than the foundation budget has identified as needed. So there's a process that they have in Massachusetts to reduce below what the formula says the outcome, the budget should be. And then there's agreement on that, and life goes forward and everybody's happy because, good outcomes and spending less. So that maybe we need to take a look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me talk.
Sure.
So if we were to do that, would we have to do some kind of a demonstration first that demonstrates that your children are achieving to that level with this amount of money, so that you've got evidence?
Yeah. I think that's part of the Massachusetts process.
Okay, that's what I was thinking too. Thank you.
Do you know, do they have that in statute? Okay.
But I think getting back to the other point that was mentioned, there's no problem to raise more than the minimum either.
That's correct.
That's important.
Now, while we're talking about that, since you brought that up, Glenn, I don't know if Massachusetts has this. If you raise more than the minimum, I'm thinking of something else, sorry. The Sudafed's kicking in.
Sudafed. Watch out, that stuff gives you AFib.
What's that?
That stuff gives you
No,
AFib.
it's bad. It's bad.
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to discuss was some of the SPED data, Chairman Ladd, that you were interested in looking at, and we discussed it earlier, the weights. So actually, I have some data on high cost SPED students. The invoices they submitted the state to get SPED aid, which means their SPED costs are higher than. This is from 2021. Their SPED costs were higher than $59,000.
Yep.
And I have that student, the invoices they sent to the state, and their disability. So that is the data I have relative to high-cost SPED students related to disabilities. I think all of you were discussing earlier. Can I get more granular than that with the DOE 25? No. I have SPED costs by district broken out by elementary, middle, high school. I have some functions or object codes within SPED data. But I can't get too granular with DOE 25
So
SPED.
what we were trying to do, we were looking at in that report, the commission report, we were looking at a weighted calculation based upon 4.29.
Yep.
What we're suggesting is what we worked on last year in that legislation that we passed out of the House Education Committee here, where there'd be categories, and we suggested 3 categories, and breaking those high-cost IEPs into a different weighted category than one where a student is spending less than so many hours per week or less than 80% of their time within. And I thought, and Representative Cascadin, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought under IDEA Part B, there's a requirement to submit this information to state SPED. So don't you have this data?
We have SPED. I mean, you've seen the data. We have
Yeah.
SPED data on disability type.
I recognize, and I've gotten that, and you've had that for years. The number in each IEP category.
But you're saying
But do
IDEA
the-
expenditures, IDEA
But see,
expenditures?
No, that's the full-time equivalency that you have within the each category area. It doesn't talk about costs at all. So what we're looking for is are there any costs, an average cost, for example, like for the kids that are in that category A, category B, and category C, which is the residential placements, which I think you told me there are close to to 700 kids there in that category.
Yep.
So we're just trying to get the data so we recognize that many states are weighting this out by categories. We'd like to contemplate doing the same thing. So how do we get that data?
You actually, yeah, so you brought up a point I didn't think about. So the DOE 25 is really rolled up, not a lot of granularity there. The SPED aid program, we have a lot of data on high-cost SPED students. I didn't even think about at the IDEA, this is not my program, we'd have to bring in Becky for that.
Yeah.
But if that's something, basically, it sounds like what you're looking for is each SPED student served in the, not every school district, most school districts have SPED costs, not every of them access their IDEA or they have different IDEA programs. But if we just took the sort of raw IDEA data, we might be able to answer that question. Average cost per disability type.
If that data is entered into the special ed database, not every district participates in use of that database.
Yeah, it's not perfect. And also, there's SPED, I'm sure I know there's a bunch of SPED expenditures not covered by IDEA, so I don't even know how comprehensive. It would be qualified, just like the high cost sped student data is qualified. It only includes 700 students instead of the 30,000 that we have.
Would it be in the Nessus system? Disaggregated stuff.
So by cost, or I'm not aware of. Now,
Now, on this fact sheet from the feds, it says children with IEPs age 5 who are enrolled in kindergarten and age 6 through age 21 served, and then it has these areas. Indicator 5A, inside rigor class 80% or more of the day. Indicator 5B, inside rigor class less than 40% of the day. And indicator C, in separate schools, residential facilities, or homebound hospital type programming. So that's the stuff we're trying to get a hold of.
so yeah, as far as getting really good data and making, it's not just not gonna happen. Good data relative to sped and cost. But if you're looking for a ballpark figure or a model or assumption, or really heavily assumed prediction, we could try something like that. Basically, I think what you were discussing 2 years ago and also yesterday, that 4.2 weight is somehow dividing that up and saying, putting sped students into categories. And so getting to the totality of that 4.2 weight, but if there's a student with a low cost disability in one district, they're compensated at a lesser rate than if a student has a high cost. So
Yeah.
I think we have a lot of different ways to attempt to get that data. We have about, till February 15th to figure it out. I just don't know what path you think we should pursue.
Representative Cascadden?
Just wondered, sped directors put in a lot of this detailed data in the Nessus system, and I'm wondering if it's worth having Jane Bergeron come up, if she knows in advance what we're looking for.
And Becky.
And Becky Fredette.
Can I ask a question about the DOE 25?
Yes.
In the DOE 25, is there a line that just says special ed costs?
So we have it's program 1200, which includes like special programs. That's pretty reliable. That's more reliable than the SPED breakdown data. Then we have a SPED breakdown data that breaks down SPED instruction, SPED support, SPED legal, SPED administration. So we do have data.
So we there's an approximate aggregate cost. I think it's almost $1 billion.
Yep, like
across the
700.
district.
700
So
million.
would it be feasible if we, using those lines from the DOE 25, if we were to determine that the state of New Hampshire is going to cover 50% or 75% of all SPED costs for a school district? To me, that would be kind of a clean, easy way. I've noticed that a lot of school districts, a lot of states are doing those kinds of things. Instead of trying to do district by district, if we could just take that amount by district and do a percentage.
So we have the total sped spend
Yeah.
as reported by the districts.
Yep.
So we can do whatever you want with that data.
So it's possible if we legislate it and fund it.
You could write that bill with the data we have.
Okay, thank you.
But then you're not getting any differentiated cost per student based on disability.
You know, we looked at this, and initially I set it up by the 13 IEP or disability areas. But then recognizing after talking to directors in the field, any one of those categories could involve a lot more time spent in delivering that service. A speech pathologist could be working with a young person every day for, an hour a day maybe. Or it could be only a younger child in a group of 5 learning how to say the letter R, in kindergarten, which is not kindergarten, but maybe first grade or so, and you have 5 in the group for 2.5 hours a week. But the issue I see here with this funding all special ed at $27,000 a kid, that's opening up this thing to abuse. You know, man, as the superintendent of schools, I could say, wow, I know how I can latch into somebody. We're just going to put more IEPs down, or we're going to monitor more kids.
So
And so I think I'd like to see us if we can now, doing the CAT aid part or the special ed aid, we know that. We got that information. That's a given. But in terms of the other 2 categories or whatever categories we're in, I think we need to work with Becky Fredette, and we need to work with the directors and Jane Bergeron and try to nail this thing down. I think it can be done. When I initially did this, I did it by IEP. I found out that's not necessarily going to make it. It's got to be done by time spent with the adult.
But Rick, you have to remember too, that kids have more than one disability.
Multiple
And they get a primary
I get that.
disability, so, but some have multiple disabilities. The other, can I just raise one more issue? We have, federal law requires school districts to serve kiddos 3 through 5. Now, do we look at that at all in terms of, we don't, there's preschool special ed money, but that doesn't cover all the costs that a school district incurs. Most school districts run an integrated preschool. How do we offer any assistance for that at all? And should we? Question.
I was waiting for Mark to say whether he's
Well,
dealing with that. How are you, is that money now currently coming from HHS for grades 3,
there's
age
a
3 through 5?
there's a pre-K IDA grant. I don't have the numbers
Yeah,
off the top of my head. Our sped costs are 780 million, and I'd have to break it down by, I don't have a pre-K breakdown, but I have an elementary breakdown. But as we all know, federal money and state money does not even come close to covering all sped costs. So, I mean, that's well known.
Lastly, though, we know the IEP stipulates the number of contacts and the length of the contacts within the IEP. That information is out, it may be out there on those IEPs and may be held within the districts. However, I think we should be able to grab it and get a hold of it somehow.
The amount of service provided.
The amount of time service provided, exactly. It could be so much for the physical therapist is in there. The occupational therapist is in there with the child. The learning disabilities, they're all there. Add them all up. That's the amount, and that's in the IEP, the amount of service provided. And it's going to be something new, but it's something that I think is relevant for us to know too.
So the only thing I would say is talking about novel aspects of the bill, and this concept is novel in a sense. We've kind of been studying it for a little bit, but we haven't dug too deep. You've been studying it for years. I would recommend that you bring in our SPED Bureau in right away, because they're going to tell you where the dead ends are.
We talked about that just earlier, but you know, I'm concerned back in 2010, when I first got in this joint here back in 2008, our statewide population was what? 210,000 kids maybe? Okay, and now where are we down in terms of residents? 165, 164, somewhere in that neighborhood, 1,000?
155 ADMR.
Number of kids that were in special back when I came in, 30,000. Number today, 30,000.
That's right.
So proportionally, that ratio is going, you know, we're having more kids in this program. This is a program which seems to be growing in our state, or we're identifying better than we have in the past, which I think we are. And we're getting earlier into this game. I think we need to get this information. To me, this is a critical factor for any formula we have, whether it's outcome-based or if it's input-based. We need to have this in our formula.
The only other things, just as far as scheduling and the work you want to try to accomplish in the next couple weeks, yeah, getting the SPED Bureau in to see what data is available, and then if you're interested in 1586, seeing what we can do with that data, you'd want to start to come up with the methodology right away, so then we can get the data pull, so then we could pull it into put it into the
Is
formula.
Rebecca in the Granite State Building?
Yep.
Good, I'll be there tomorrow. And I have a meeting over there dealing with another topic, but if I could arrange a time to meet with Rebecca and try and get this thing going a little bit, it would certainly be appreciated.
And relative to 1586, if you want to talk about accountability, bring in Dr. Green.
Nate, bring in Caitlin, bring in the whole crew.
But so that's the only. I can work with Representative Luno and tune up that spreadsheet to have that for you. But
Great.
just there's a lot of other work there you're going down. So
Yeah. Okay, do we have any other issues with DRA or with DOE on this right now? What we plan on doing right now is what we wanted to do is that we were going to, where are we going now? Leaving today, what kind of research are we looking to acquire and move towards? And because we have an opportunity here, we have a few days where we can have a researcher who has now disappeared, do some work for us, or ask DOE to help us search out, or in fact, if we need anything from DRA. So from the committee, anything? Yes.
Do we need to, I know, Andrew Valinsky had spoken about the, Title I ESEA, which covers, a lot of kids across the state, and the, schools in need of improvement. The names have changed since. Do we need to have somebody update us on those kinds of things in terms of the work that they're doing and how they identify schools? Is that something we need to know about?
CSI schools, that's part of the accountability program, the federally mandated or regulated accountability program. So that would be Dr. Green and his employees.
So
Would that play into 1586? I'm not sure.
Well, I think in the accountability.
on the accountability end of it would, there's two categories, even it, yeah.
I don't think we need a whole lot of detail.
No,
I do an overview so we could at least all articulate what a CSI and TSI is and what happens as a result of that. What kind of support do they get or not get, and at least know what's in place.
It's Title I money. Yeah, okay. So we can ask for that information. In regard to the other bills on SWAP, in regard to the base cost, and do we need more information on anybody come in or anything additional for the special ed aspects of 27 grand there on the other bills?
Chairman, I have a question. I originally saw the SWEP bill by itself because it addressed the court summary judgment. In 1686 or 1586, I can't remember which one we've been talking about.
We've been talking
1586. All right, addresses SWEP. So do we break out SWEP and continue to move all the components we want in that SWEP bill and take it out of this one so that we have a bill for SWEP and a bill for the opportunity grants, the funding mechanism, or do we put it all together?
So it depends on how your funding formula is.
Okay.
If we were to move forward with no funding formula changes and just swept reform, then I think the provisions in 1686.
1586?
No, 1586. 1686 are correct. I think we may want to consider possibly amending that to be
Aligned?
collect it locally, like it's done now, and send it all in.
Yeah,
And then all the districts would get their adequacy grant as a direct grant from the state, as opposed to collect some of it, save some of it, send the rest up. that's the only thing I can suggest.
Yeah, I would say we need a discussion on that. I think the options are clear. We can take the, 1686 bill and go forward with it as is. That's one option. That's keeping, sending only excess SWIFT to the state and coping with the relatively minor problems of the negative tax rate, or there are some other issues, excess, the SWIFT costs changing. I forget what they are, but in any event, we can do it that way, or we can do it the way it is in 1586, which it takes all the money and sends it in, except for a 3% amount to
For processing.
respect the fact that it
Local
costs municipalities some money to process this stuff. And that also includes the free and reduced price lunch, free and reduced price homeowner rebate program.
Low and moderate,
Sorry, low and moderate, same
Yep.
thing. No, it's not. Yeah, right, sorry. We can do it that way, which is a more comprehensive approach and more of a reform. And that's the way it was originally proposed. That's of course what I favor. I think there's some merit to taking it out of the big bill, the foundation bill, and dealing with it separately, because who knows what's going to happen in the future, and one may go all the way and one may not. The Rand case will probably be resolved, at least that part of the Rand case, by going ahead with that particular bill. So I'm recommending that we have a discussion on which way to go on these two. We can talk about the pros and cons more completely.
I agree with you, Representative Ames. I think we're going to need to have a separate time set aside for SWEP. There are those that want to leave SWEP the way it is right now. There are those that would like to see SWEP handled the way that bill I handed out to you this morning, where they can keep the excess, but they're required to use the excess monies for certain educational needs. Those are all things which could happen. Bills can be amended. So I think we need to have a discussion on SWEP.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, we're on the SWEPT, because the amendment addresses the SWEPT amount of 334 million. While I have DRA and DOE here, is there anybody who will we be able to talk about how that number was set and why it stays that amount when we talk about the amendment, or is this the time right now to talk about it?
Have you seen this amendment?
So is the question how we got our SWEP number?
Yeah, that's one of them.
So it used to be a rate. Then it became a flat dollar. So the way SWEP works, it's 363 million over whatever our non-utility tax base is. So now it's a fixed dollar amount. It used to be a rate, I think, $5 or
$6.60.
$6.60 per thousand in 1999. And the legislature would lower that rate, I believe, almost every year for a number of years. And then in 2005, the legislature set it as a fixed dollar amount, $363 million at least. And it has been that since 2005.
we can only hypothesize that that 363 number was similar to what they were currently doing, or it was a target they liked. So, but I don't think we can tell, or unless someone whoever was there 15 years ago or so.
By setting that rate that's in that so-called, I saw that for the first time this morning, so I haven't had really time to think about it. But by putting at that proposed rate lesser than the 363, would that eliminate excess?
That it wouldn't eliminate it, but it's $29 million, which is the amount of excess swept, less than what's being raised right now. So, but it wouldn't eliminate it. It wouldn't eliminate future excess.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Don't we have to, because it's in statute that we have to raise a certain amount of money, isn't it true that the excess swept towns keep their money and other towns have to make up the difference to get to that legislated amount?
No.
Bruce?
How do we true it up?
Well, here's how it works. Sometime toward the end of each May, the Equalization Bureau of Department of Revenue finishes equalizing the property values of every municipality. At that point, they hand off that list to the Municipal Bureau, and then we just follow the dictates of the existing law, which the legislature allows us to round to the nearest half penny, which is why you see on that summary sheet sometimes the state education tax rate is $1.45.5, if you will. And then having determined that that one rate will, when applied against the equalized values, create at least $363 million, we then use the equalized property values of all 259 municipalities and basically create a common sizing or a percentage basis, and then go back and take those percentages against the 363, thus giving one municipality whatever that dollar is. That amount is then taxed locally using the locally assessed values of that property tax year, thus giving rise to the annual question, why isn't the swept rate in one community identical to the other? Because they won't be.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I've always wondered that.
So are there any other topics which we need to get information for when we come back?
Yes. If 1586 is moving forward, at some point, we're going to hit a total button and say, here's how much this is going to cost. Where's it coming from? Can we do, it seems to me SWEPT is the place it's going to come from.
I can cover that. So the scenarios I described kind of just target numbers. When you receive a town by town for that bill, I will show you what you're getting under current law and what you're getting under the proposed bill. And so when I was talking about total spend, I was talking about statewide aggregate total. So part of the way the mechanics of 1586 works is some districts will, so everyone will be sending 97% of their swept to the state. So some communities with high excess swept will be sending a lot of money to the state. Then the way it works out with their foundation opportunity budget, if you have a large property tax base, that $5 or $3, whatever the rate ends up being in the sort of final, or when you see your spreadsheet, if it's $3, that's going to, for a community with a large tax base, that might raise a lot of money, meaning they sufficiently have a minimum contribution to have them meet their foundation opportunity budget, which means they would receive no state funding, which means they're kind of neutral there, but they just sent 97% of their swept to the state. So there'll be some communities where they'll be sending money to the state and receiving $0. So that's where some revenue will be coming in. That's the way it's designed. So, but when I say net change total, so if I say $200 million net change total, that under the way I talk about that number, that would need to find a revenue source other than swept, or if you modify swept in some way. But under the it gets a little complicated, but some of it's coming from essentially property taxes. Some of the funding is coming from property taxes. It'll make more sense when you see it town by town.
But my concern when this is finance
Yes.
is we've got a delta, and we're going to have to come up with how do we fund the delta?
And that's obviously a key part. So if the net change total is negative 18 million, then finance doesn't need to fund the delta because it's actually saving the state $18 million. If the net change total is 200 million, Ways and Means and Finance need to work together and find 200 million. So you'll see that in the spreadsheet. But yeah, that's definitely a key part of the conversation.
All right.
How much we have in the rainy day fund?
The Education Trust Fund is looking really good. We have the budget director in the audience. It's looking good. The rainy day fund's looking good, but obviously, well, the budget director will tell you how budgeting works. You want to budget off revenues, not off surplus, but that's a whole other conversation.
Yeah. So we'll have SWEP on the next meeting agenda as well.
Can we just ask for a balance on the education trust? Do you have a balance?
Oh, so the CAFR just completed. The CAFR said, I think 161 million.
That's what I read, 160.
This is now, finance needs to get briefed on this, but we're going to predict it over budget by 31 million in adequacy, or adequacy EFA charters. So, but revenues are doing really well. And in the surplus statement, all of you adopted, you were predicting the surplus to grow. So the surplus is predicted to grow based on all the metric I have, but I can't really give you a number until we have the ACFR completed, which shows 161 for the fiscal year ending 23.
Your questions, Ed? You need some revenues?
Yeah,
We need you.
I'm waiting for that total button to get hit, so somewhere down the line.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if folks have some things they'd like to put on the agenda, please, send me an email and I'll make sure we talk to Jen and get that on the docket for the next meeting on the 19th at 10 o'clock, down around the corner on the second floor,
209.
209. So with that, thank you very much for coming from the revenue folks and from the education folks. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just a quick, calendar question. So we got 6 weeks before that February 15th. Are you thinking that we would spend at least a day a week or more than that? Or do you, and is the ultimate goal for the full education committee to accept something to bring to the floor? Is that where we're?
Yeah, the goal for this is that there be a recommendation come out of this subcommittee. And of
Right,
course-
to the full committee.
And the ones which will be voting on the recommendation will be only those that are on education policy. That's the way this was set up. However, we certainly encourage Ways and Means and Finance to give us some good input here. But we have to have a recommendation. If it comes out like a 3-3 vote, it's probably going to come out of, on the other side of the coin too, 10-10. And then it's going to
Right.
be, another one of those debates in the House floor.
We'll be back at square one.
Yeah, so
Or zero.
what we got to do is really have to work hard and find
Yeah.
out, are there some things that we can do to, move forward with
Yeah.
something?
Don't you have to
Thank you.
demonstrate that we're making progress with this?
No, all this is set up to do is this, we have to